No dice. So roll
Okay.
on.
And we're going. I feel like Kelly's gonna be like that a lot of the night here.
Yeah, probably.
All right, you'll just have to take my word on trust system. I roll natural ones on this dice, but I actually also have rolled 3 nat 20s in a row before too.
It's almost as if
God.
1 in 20 chance of everything.
It's like there's the odds.
Sometimes they're in your favor, and sometimes they're fucking not.
Let's see if the odds are in my favor.
No shit, just rolled 3 9s in a row.
Nice.
I rolled a 14.
So here in the world, we're starting with Caleb's character.
Or
At the beginning of the light, or we're the end of Sir Nicholas Daniel. Can you pronounce?
Bituminous.
Yeah. Remembers the last things. He remembers a great amount of pressure coming under his body. He remembers that everything was black and didn't quite understand, in the position that he was in, why it was all going the way that it was. They were confident, weren't they? They were strong enough. The settling in amount of panic fills his heart, and it fills his soul, as it feels like the end of his life is gripping him. But suddenly, a harsh talon grabs his shoulder, and it feels just like for a moment he remembers exactly why he was there. Sir Nicholas grabs onto whatever he can and casts as high of a level of magic that is possible for him at this time. Everything goes black for Sir Nicholas. And it's uncertain for the amount of time that he feels this way. It's all black, and it's all uncertain. Until it's not anymore. It feels like the time flew by, but it's more or less a white light seems to stream across your face, as if you haven't opened your eyes in such a long time. This gleaming white light on the other side of what would be your eyelids. You can kind of feel your body again. It doesn't feel like it's restrained. You don't quite feel the same, but you can feel how gravity's pulling against your back, as you feel like you're on a surface, maybe the ground or a table. You could be on the slick side of a mountain or floating on a river. Your eyes are still closed, with the gleaming white light on the other side of them still bending towards you. Your other senses start coming together. You can hear the quaint whispers sounding like they're behind some kind of door or some kind of wall. The words are muddled, and you can't quite make them out, but they sound like gentlemen talking back and forth. Not like that.
What the hell was that?
You can feel that the stretches to the ends of your legs, the ends to your fingertips, they all kind of take that same form again. So Nicholas, you open your eyes and you see that you're looking straight up at a ceiling with almost like a fluorescent light beaming down on you. Its glistening white light almost blinds you.
Oh, yes. Oh, that is quite bright. Who the hell? Oh, what was I drinking? Were we fighting? Can I, like, move at all?
Yeah, everything to your fingertips. You can feel your fingers, you can feel your legs and your feet. Everything feels like it's there. All the sensations are coming back. The smell is a deep smell of clean. Like, it smells. It smells like it's also got circulation. You can feel that the air is moving in this room at the same time, wherever you are, but it smells clean.
Are we? Oh, what's happened? And I'm going to try to get out of whatever container I'm in.
So as you go to like reach on the sides of where you are, you can feel that there's edges to whatever you're laying on.
And like, I'd imagine my vision's still blurry, and I can't really see anything. So like, as I try to like pull myself up out of this container, it's like I put my hands up on it.
Whoa! Hold on! No, settle down! You hear like a man enter into the room as a door flings open. He's up! He's up! You find yourself sitting up on what seems to be some kind of like lab table.
And,
Hey!
I'm gonna turn to the person.
Somebody go!
Right.
Somebody go get Felix!
awake now.
Get Felix real quick. This is remarkable.
What's remarkable? I'm just fine. It's quite all right, I assure you. Now, where are the other knights?
You can see that there's a man standing on the other side of the room, and he has a yellow jacket on. You can see that he's got this curly bit of hair, but it seems like it's slick back in the front, so he's trying to keep it straight and peeled out of his face. He's got these thin glasses that just sit down on the edge of his nose, but the yellow jacket is the thing that strikes out the most from him. Hi, I don't know how to explain this. My name is Kip Chester. I'm one of the scientists here, up at Fredegar. Excuse me. I have a lot of questions. If you could just hold on. Felix, bring a clipboard. As you can hear that there's rushing around happening above you. As you go to survey the room, you can see that there's glass built into the sides of the walls.
And I'm going to say, yes, Kip. Well, I'm sure I can answer any questions to a fellow purveyor of the fine arts of science and arcane technology.
Right. But hold on to that. We're gonna need. I really need to take note of it. Felix, I swear to God.
I'm gonna like start to get off the
Whoa!
table that I'm on, and, I don't know what I am yet, so
Yeah.
my legs just kind of fall off of it.
Yeah.
And then
Whoa. Yeah. This is.
Oh, that is uncanny.
We didn't.
Okay.
Believe me, but just believe me when I say it. And just as he says that, a man walks around the door, and he has a tightly fit goatee on his face. He has short brown hair, and he's a bit taller. And you can see that he's dressed in red. He's up. I gotta ask.
Yes, I'm awake.
Do you remember your name?
Yes, of course. I'm Sir Nicholas no.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. You remember your name?
Sir Daniel Nicholas Bituminous.
He
At
looks
your service.
he looks over at Kip and he goes, I expected more. And you see him walk out of the room. Quickly going across the corner, almost bumping into the large man that's in red, there's somebody with a purple jacket on. He's got big brown shoes on that just seem like a little bit too big for him. You see he's a little bit shorter, but he's got slick hair as well, but this time it's straight. Scampering around the corner and almost slipping, his feet almost like on water. He slips around the corner and grabs onto the side, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, sir. I'm just, they were calling for me. I got the clipboard," and he shows it in his other hand. He goes, Kip, what do we got? Oh my good lord! As he runs up to you and just, you can see him just whip out a pencil. And he goes, I gotta know everything. My name's Felix Kea.
Well, little Felix, it's terribly drafty in here. Could you fetch me, or anybody really, fetch me something to wear? I'm very blue.
Okay, but
Very
so blue. You say you're chilly. You feel your skin?
Yes, of course.
So you just see his eyes centimeters away from the clipboard, just jotting down notes. Okay,
That's terrible posture. That's terrible posture, lad. And like, I reach around him, and my arm just like extends all the way around him, and I like help correct his posture.
and you can see as if it's almost just this harsh coldness rips up his back. He's it touched me. It touched me.
That's terrible
Okay.
posture, my boy. Terrible posture. Taking notes,
okay.
you should puff your chest out. It's better for your spine.
Caleb, as you do this, roll me a perception check.
Okay. So, not gonna lie, you gave me some of like the best dice. Because my very first dice roll. Oh, you guys can't see because of the.
I believe you.
Background.
Yeah, it's a nat 20.
Woo!
Don't believe.
Good shit.
Caleb, your character, as he
I will
goes
tell
to
you.
he goes to straighten out Felix here. Wow, you use the slime wizard dice. Perfect. You go to straighten
Yes.
out Felix's back from his terrible posture, and you seem to look around and survey for a quick moment. You can tell that there's many people up in those glasses that are cemented into the walls. There is a few people in different colored jackets looking down at you through it.
Like the glass pieces are just cemented onto the wall. It's
No,
not like
they're
they
like
come
in the
through.
wall above, like on a another level,
Okay.
like observation windows, and they're looking in. One in pink, orange, green, and blue.
My good boy, is this a dissection chamber? I quite remember the vivisection chambers at the college being something like this.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Do you feel like you're stable, good sir?
Well, I'm standing.
Kind of. You're.
My body does feel quite strange, far more flexible than it used to be, and
Well, listen, maybe
I can
Kip and I aren't the ones to tell you this, but you see that they go over, and you can see that behind your seat was a tube. That tube leads to another table on the other side. And right there is a large blanket on top of what seems to be the other table. He goes to grab the sheet.
I'm gonna try and grab the sheet.
No, he
and-
goes to the sheet and he's like, I don't want to be the one to tell you this, but there wasn't much left of you when we found you. And he flips it over. And you can see that there's just these charred little remains with what seems to be like a purple coat just rested on top. Just a little fragment of this chunk of cloth. It could be merely scooped up with 2 hands, with all that was left.
I'm gonna like walk up to this shriveled piece of charcoal of a corpse, and like as I put my hand on it, my hand just melts around it.
To scoop under?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To like scoop under and pick it up.
So Trina, if you don't understand, he's an ooze creature.
Yes.
Okay.
He's a gooey boy.
I'm a
He's a
slimy
gummy
boy.
boy. Gummy boy.
So I'm gonna scoop up like these remains, and I'm just like, what happened? The only thing that's left of me is just Yes.
Well, actually, you're wrong. What's left of you is you.
Well, that is a fair point.
Just, we didn't. This is all that we had, and you are also all that we had. I mean,
gonna stand up a little
like
straighter.
what you are now is it's all that we had. As like Felix just kind of like panics and shakes a little bit.
I'm gonna stand up a little straighter and like I don't close my hand so much as like my hand just folds up around it, and I'm gonna just like absorb the little charred piece of me that was left, but I'm still holding the cloth,
Um,
the little sliver of cloth.
that could have been used for more research. We don't know if you were complete.
The only thing I remember.
Do you feel hungry? Are you thirsty? I'm trying to understand a little. As you can see him with his clipboard again, and his bad posture just hooks back up.
I really want to hit him now.
Do it.
Kip checks
Right.
Kip checks his glasses, and he's just like, "Please don't. He's the weakest."
Well, I'm not hungry, but I do feel very different. It's strange the way my body moves. What happened in the expedition? Was I the only one recovered?
You see that the two of them look at each other, and then look back at you. Sure. Now listen. We have a lot to go over. Okay. We're really glad that you know your name. That's it's a miracle that you remember anything, especially coming from whatever you just. I don't know if you ate it or
It's floating around in there.
You see Felix just takes to his clipboard. Just so much to understand. Floating corpse in new body? Question mark. Listen. This is the observation quarters, and I don't know if you like the lights or anything. But maybe you want to get out of here.
Yes, I could definitely use some clothing.
Oh, right.
And I look at his notes. I look over his notes and tap the clipboard and go, "You should add buoyant."
Well, we haven't found if you can float yet.
No, the corpse was buoyant. It floats in me.
He almost like the pinkish color in his flesh almost just like wipe for a moment, for he takes your suggestion and puts a little suggestion marker beside it and writes buoyant. You look up as you pass through one of the two doors on either side of this room. You notice that through those windows, the people and the gentlemen that you saw are all gone. You go through the door, and it leads to a very small chamber, one with another door set in front of it. You, Felix, and Kip all enter into it as Kip closes the door behind you, and he goes, "Now listen, don't panic. You can hear a giant turbine begin to go off, and you can hear that there's a large amount of suction that comes from the ground and reaches up into the ceiling as a bunch of like mist also goes through. It's just a cleaning chamber. It's to make sure that no germs get in and out of the observation quarters.
A good old decontamination.
Well,
Well, I assure you, I'm not. Well,
yeah, Felix is like writing it down to make sure that you don't get sucked into the system. He checked out. The other side of the door is open, and you see that it leads into what you could imagine to be like an observation room of the room that you were just in. You can see that there's a glass, like a large piece of glass that leads out to the room that you were in. Here, there's many seats adorned across the sides. There's a large table that goes right through the middle, and there's tons of scripture that's out on the table and laid out.
Well, I'm obviously gonna stop and read.
Well, listen. How about we take you somewhere to get dressed first?
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm terribly interested in everything that's going on. I don't remember much, but I do remember I was quite brilliant in my past body.
Right, and we believe that you were like that too. But the problem is we have so many questions and the research. It's about the research, okay?
Oh yes, but of course, the research.
Do you still want to glance at the books?
Yes. just like it's a quick peek. Like he's trying to rush me on. I'm just like stretching out my neck further to keep reading it as we walk away.
Give me an investigation roll.
I'm very good at this. Uranium dice. I roll an 18 plus 6, a 24.
You see that there's old papers, new papers, and blank papers that haven't been written on yet. Between the new and the old, you can see that there's some kind of large device that has been created, and you can see that there was a rock that was found to be placed in it. You can see that it moves in a circular motion around the rock and many times, and like it's got graphs of dimensional force and reacting to something that's placed in the center. You can see that it almost conducts energy out of the movement that's created from like the rotational force. That's in the old paper, but in the new paper, it seems to be much of the scripture about the tubing system that was placed inside the observation quarters where you were in.
I see. So the old one's about some arcane device, and the new one's about the tubing.
And Felix looks back and he goes, "Come on! I have to introduce you to everybody. They're gonna be excited, I'm sure."
I snap my neck all the way back so that I look human again, and just like a ripple goes through my whole body.
I don't know if I'm gonna get used to that.
My boy, I'm still getting used to it. That was strange.
Yeah.
This body is awfully convenient. And like we're still walking.
So within this room, you can see that there's a part of a door that's completely missing, and you can see that it's dark, and it leads like almost down a stairway. But they're taking you out into another room. And you can see that this is more like a big general purpose room. You can see that there's devices that are held on the walls. You can see that there's calibrators, and there's like, it's close enough to the entrance where there would be clothing. There would be lots of pairs of pants. There would be things to help wipe things down and keep things sanitary. And he ruffles through this chest and he goes, "So, tell me, what do you see yourself wearing?" As he opens up the chest, and it seems, for how large it is, it seems that it's almost like a never-ending box of a wardrobe.
Well, what I wear in my past life, what being what was it? A mage. I was definitely a mage in my previous life. What with being a mage, I would very much like some nice, bundly and large robes, something nice and warm. And I just start digging in through there.
Yep. Felix
I'm
pipes
guessing
up.
you
He's
give-
like, well, you're gonna need something especially warm. Probably gonna need like a wool hat to go with it.
Ah, yes. And I like pull out a really wide-brimmed wizard's hat and put that on.
That's no. It's really cold out there.
Oh. Well, I suppose I'll need to bundle myself up. And like as I'm pulling out stuff, I like pull out a roll of bandages and gauze and just like start wrapping around the vague parts of my body that look vaguely human. It's like imagine I don't have fingers. I just have like vaguely human looking hand things.
Like
And I just
flubber.
start yeah, like flubber.
So as you're doing this and getting yourself dressed together, you see somebody come from another room, and you can see that there's two people, one in an orange jacket and one in a pink jacket. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? You can see them just start whispering to each other back and forth. You can see that this is an elf and a half elf. One is a female and one is a male. The pink is the male
Nice.
and the orange is the female. And you can see them whispering, but they seem very close together.
I kind of like gesture to them with what would be my elbow. I'm like, yes, hello, lad and lass. Can I help you? Is there any questions you've for me?
They kind of look at each other, then look at you. Felix, Kip, we're gonna be in the think tank. This shit's gonna go down. And I don't know how, Aaron is gonna think about this. But, like, you shouldn't have let him out. As you see them turn and walk back through the room.
Let me out? Why not? It's not as if I'm hostile.
Felix looks at you and goes, "No. I don't think that way of all of you. We put you through the sanitation chamber. You're fine. There's nothing you could do. You're fine. You're fine." Now listen.
Please.
Grab what you need. So as you dive through it all, you're able to gather all of your adventuring gear for your character.
Okay. I'm not like putting it in a backpack. I literally stuff it inside of my own body.
Is the backpack also going in your body?
No, I am the backpack.
But you can be given a backpack.
Yes, I know.
You don't want it?
No,
Would you like a satchel?
sure. A sack. Like I get down to a little arcane orb, and I pick that up, and I'm just like, and it just kind of floats where my head should be, and I look over. Is that appropriate? A bit more of a face to look at.
You can see Felix is just kind of like still. How much can that body carry?
Quite a bit. I feel much stronger than I used to be. Actually, I was quite frail, old man.
Wait, you're saying this feels okay?
Well, it doesn't hurt.
Like when I eat too much, it feels like an inconvenience.
Yeah, I don't get a sense of that. Like, I can feel if something's hot or cold or what the texture is, but it doesn't really hurt. And, like, I'm gonna pull out the dagger and kind of, like, poke myself, go, oh, that still hurts, though. That still hurts.
Oh, nervous system. Liquefied? Maybe on outside of surface. More questions. You can see that they take you into the next room, the one where the two other people went. And here you see that there's many different documents. They're in these glass frames, and they have these stamps on them, all different colors of stamps between red, blue, green, purple, brown, yellow, pink, and orange. And they're all of the developments that you can see that these groups of people have made and compiled together to create. You can see some of them are about like creating heat sources. Some of them are creating manufacturers of mechanical workings and machine parts. But the stamps sometimes aren't just one person, and they are multiple people working on something. It's a small room, but it's almost like a display of the picture frames of the things that were completed.
Oh, so these must be your patents.
I'm surprised you remember so much. And so many words.
It just seems to come to me. And then there are other things. As much and hard as I try, I can't remember what I used to look like. And like as I'm doing this, I'm trying to like shape myself to be more human, but it's not working. It's still just vaguely humanoid. Like I don't have any facial features,
Mhm.
and every time I talk, there's just like a ripple that goes across my face, just like from the top to the bottom.
Whew, just still getting used to that. Felix and Kip take you into the next room. You can see that this room is a long hallway that has many doors set outside the front of it. And Kip and Felix look at you and go, Don't mind yourselves with any of these rooms. These are just our personal quarters. But I guess now that you're up, you're gonna have to bunk with somebody, unless you kick them out and then take their spot, and then they'll find somewhere to go. I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure. I'm not feeling terribly tired. Is there anywhere I could try and practice some of my arcane arts? I remember being a mage in my past life, and I'd like to see if I can't reclaim any of that.
They both kind of look at each other and then look back at you again. You think you could remember magic already?
Some of it, and I pull a book out of myself and just like flip through it, and I don't have any spells written down.
Mhm.
I'm like, well, you see, there are a few spells I'm quite familiar with that, even in my current state, I'm sure I could remember.
Well, before we go crazy with anything, maybe let's go talk to everybody. They take you into the next room outside of the personal quarters, and it goes more north, and you can see that you enter into a large library room with a roaring fireplace. The smell in here smells like hot brewing coffee. The smell here just
Sweet
infuses the
nectar.
room and almost all of the pages of the books. You can see that there's this large canteena of glass with a little funnel at the bottom of it, and you can see that it's constantly bubbling. You can see the heat that's coming off of the top of it, going into a valve that continuously spins, and then goes back into another sector with another jar. But this jar is a heavy colored dark brown, and it's labeled with whiskey.
Are you lads putting whiskey in your coffee?
No, listen, we were able to do lots of things. We were able to conjure some of the heat from there and allow the air passage to get through, and we were able to be self-sufficient up here. We can create food and grain. We can supply. As you hear a large foot hit the ground, as there's a man that's sitting in a chair, a red velvet chair, along one of the aisles of the library. It's the man in the red. You'd let him leave the room? Felix kind of nibbles at the pencil, almost in this fear of the man that's in the red. Everybody seems to be here. Everybody you saw in those glass windows above.
But of course they let me out. After all, I'm not hostile. I'm quite friendly, actually, once you get to know me. Despite the, well, horrible disfigurement that I've gone through. I was just telling the poor lad, even in my poor condition as it is, I do think I could still replicate some of the magical feats that the weaker ones. I was quite a powerful mage, if I remember properly, but most of those memories escape me.
You think you could still do magic? You've been up for 20 minutes. You can see that he slams down this.
I'm smacking my lips, And then I go, does anybody else want a banana? I really want a banana. I mean, I really want a banana. What the hell? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to anything you just said. And I cast all of that using message so that only the person who was questioning me if I know magic or not hears it.
Okay. And he goes, we'll fetch you a fucking banana if you want it. And all the rest of them look at him just like, who wants a banana, man? And they all just kind of look silly.
I'm just blank-faced looking at him.
Yeah. You can see that he has the smaller glass, not meant for coffee. But his drink is running down to the base, the bottom of it, as he swigs the rest of it back and plants it on the little table next to the chair and gets up. You dabble and toil in magic.
Oh, I hardly dabble. In magic, anyway.
He's much taller than you are. And he walks kind of close to you before like looking down upon you. Then walking past you and giving you the hard shoulder bump. Give me a strength saving throw.
Oh, great. Something I'm good at. +2.
Yeah.
13 + 2, 15.
Yeah, you get the shoulder bump and you get knocked onto the floor. You see that the man leaves out of the room. You should put
I
him
get knocked
back.
onto the floor.
You should put him back in that chamber.
I get knocked onto the floor, and instead of just like falling prone like a normal person, I'm a puddle.
Just
Just splat.
Sploosh.
And instead of like pushing myself to get up, I'm just like slowly reforming back into the people, right back into the clothes.
The man in blue runs over to you and tries to like help scoop some of you back together. Well, sir,
Be careful, don't touch me there.
Oh.
Only my wife can do that.
you remember a wife?
I remember what?
A wife?
Oh, Lord, no.
My name is Dutris. Dutris
That's gonna be
Dutris
that's gonna be
Butterfinger.
hard to remember. Can you spell that?
Dewitrius. Dutris Butterfinger. I got the nickname Butterfinger from dropping a vial, and it didn't turn out pretty.
You still have your finger, at least.
I do. It's
Well,
good.
then it all turned out well.
There's humor in that jelly. As the rest of the crowd kind of just goes about muttering about what they were doing. Some of them are drinking coffee, and some of them are drinking out of the whiskey.
I'm going to pour myself a cup of coffee and then spike it with whiskey.
Felix looks at you really hard when you just go to get just simply a drink, as he follows you with a clipboard, sees you get the get the coffee in a coffee mug. He goes, "Oh, a hot drink," and then you go over to the whiskey and goes, "He's going for a double bomber."
It's called an Irish breakfast, sir.
He writes down suggestion. Irish breakfast. New name. We called it the double bomber because it makes your mind go both ways.
You have to mix your uppers with your downers.
Well, some
Quite
of us are really into uppers and some of us are really into downers. As you can tell, like from his jitters, like he bites the pencil again.
You're an upper.
I'm at it. I'm up early.
But you're definitely not a top. And I pull out my book and I'm like starting to jot down my spell notes. And like I scribble something out and go, no, it doesn't.
So listen, Eon isn't liking you very much. And I don't know what to think about that. Eon Hills is none of us are higher than one another, but he certainly makes it seem that way.
Well, you find assholes everywhere you go. It's unavoidable, unfortunately. Sometimes having...
Well, everybody's equipped with one.
Not everybody here.
As he drills that pencil into the into his clipboard again. Asshole question mark? Where does it all go? Or not go? Question mark. How's the drink? Do you have sense of taste?
Not really. I wonder if... I stick my finger in it and the drink just starts steadily going down. Oh, that is bizarre. Oh, I don't think I like doing this. Oh, that's... No.
You can see that
Before I finish it, I try to drink it like a normal person, but I just end up sticking the rim of the cup into my face. Is it weird that I can see past it? It's weird. It's like my entire body is made of muscles.
muscles you could stick things into. Yeah, this turned out better than we imagined, but still kind of horrible. Listen. Let's just sit you down. Let's sit you down. As you can see that Felix goes and grabs his own personal cup that says this is my cup, Felix. And he sticks it under there, and you can see that as he releases the valve to pour the coffee in, you can see that it just keeps guzzling it in, but it doesn't ever reach the brim. It just keeps flowing in and flowing in and flowing in and flowing in, and eventually he hits the valve and just... Yep. Yeah. I got questions.
I might have answers. Maybe you'll even like them.
Yeah, well, some of these so far have been a little weird.
Well, I've got questions for you as well. Perhaps we can do a trade-off here.
As Butterfinger puts a hand on the shoulder of Felix here, and he goes, "Let's settle it down a little bit, and let's just talk to him. Let's explain where he is. Maybe we can try to help him understand where he is and why." They sit you down in one of these velvet seats, and they kind of pull up a few more around you. They go, "I don't know if you remember this place, but you're in an observatory. You are in one of the most northern mountains called Fredegar. That's what we call this place. We do research on something that was found in the earth called Corium. There was a large chunk and stone of it found long ago, and it was given to us the same time that we found you. We began to research and study it, and its progress showed a lot of progress in helping you come along and come back to where you are. It gave us a lot of understanding about the world around us, and it helped us develop sciences. It helped us develop, as he points up to the sky, points upwards, you can see the fluorescent lights. It helped us provide light to those who couldn't have it. The stretch from here wasn't easy to make the development to the other parts of the world, but it was worth it. What we do here is meant for good."
Well, I do remember the name, word, place, Fredegar, but I don't remember it looking like this. This is all far more advanced than what we had. I remember our decontamination chamber, but yours is a bit better than ours was.
They kind of nod and just take in what you're saying. So, we're unsure, especially by the state that you're in, that you're going to have to stay here for quite a while. We're going to have to monitor you. We're going to have to do research. Understand if you can develop a new form, something that you can go back out in the world in and kind of thrive and be on your own.
Now, sir, I have to find out what happened with the last expedition. It simply cannot wait. It was important.
What is the answer you're looking for? Or do you believe that your worst fear is the one that is true?
And I kind of like just pull the corpse charred piece of me up to the front of my hand, and I'm just like, well, it can't be too much worse than this, but I'm telling you, it was important. It wasn't just me. It was all of the Royal Knights. We were all there. I remember it. But you said I'm the only one you found. That something is wrong, and I have to go figure out what it is. If Her Eminence was harmed, injured in any way, I have to go save her. It's my honor bound duty.
I don't think you could leave the mountainside if you wanted.
I have to try.
The dangers that are out there have grown larger, more dangerous, more, how do you say, they seek more hunger.
Yeah.
The larger ones are starting to drive away the smaller critters out of the environment. Listen, we're on a snowy mountainside. I don't remember a day that it didn't snow, or it wasn't cold enough to freeze your breath. Going down the mountainside would take you half a day. You would die by the sheer cold, or by the things that would pick you apart by then. I'm sorry to tell you, but this is... You better get used to us. We're all that you have. This is the man in blue, Butterfinger.
I'm gonna take one of their cups and like pour a little bit of myself into it, and then just set it down. And I'm like, well, you've quite a hefty sample of me here. And unfortunately for you, the duty I took upon myself as a royal knight, as a mage knight, is not one I can shirk, even in my current state.
Okay. Felix and Duatrice come closer to you. Do you really wish to try to pursue your arcane magic? There is a place we can go.
I at least need to see what this body's capable of right now. I can tell I'm physically stronger, but I can't tell how much magic.
Right.
I
So
can do.
so we can recreate scenarios, and we can try to understand what exactly it is that you are capable of. To understand if maybe there's more to you that you don't understand yet.
How long will this take?
Felix and him look at each other. You just say when you want to quit, and we can stop.
Then there isn't any time to waste. The sooner I know what my body's capable of, the sooner I can get down the side of the mountain.
Right. So they both stand up from their seats, and they look at everybody else, and they're just like, everybody get back to what you were supposed to be doing. We are just going to find him some, as he looks you over, better fitted robes as they walk out of the room.
I'm gonna follow him.
You follow them back through the personal quarters, through the display archives, through the general purpose room, and back to the experiment chambers, where that empty doorway was, where it was all silhouetted black that leads to a stairway. You see them both go down the stairway and lead down into darkness.
I am gonna follow along with them.
Good instincts. The spiral staircase here is still dark, but as you come closer to the end of the stairway, you can see that it lights back up into the stairway, so you can see where you're going. You can see the two of them ahead of you, and you can see that this leads into another room, but it's obviously underground at this point. This chamber has a long sector of buttons and like a giant sheet of levers and like buttons and calibrators and like limiters and meters. And they look here, and there's a giant display glass again that leads into a large room ahead that is all white once again. But to the sides are two observation rooms that look like they can observe from either side as well. So we have developed a very experimental simulation center.
Training ground of souls.
If we would you'd like to see what challenges may be ahead in the environment and the life that we know of as of today, then if you want to challenge yourself, then we welcome it. But at any point, we can shut the system down, and we can just we can quit if you're feeling uncomfortable or overwhelmed.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I enter in.
You go around one of the sides into the like the observer room as Felix follows you, the man in the purple jacket who keeps following you. You can see that there's a large slatted metal door before leading in, and he pats you on the back and goes, "Well, I knew you were brave, but this is sooner than I thought." You see he sets down the clipboard on a table as he just reefs on the door, and you can hear the suction pull back as he pulls this door open. And you can enter into this large white chamber.
I'm going to enter into the large white chamber.
You enter in, and as you even take your steps of the sloshy goodness, you can hear that it even bounces off of the walls because there is absolutely nothing in here. You can see that there's a few of these fluorescent lights up at the top, but there's a couple of them that are circular and look a little bit different. They're dull in a blue, red, and orange color. As the projections begin to spiral down onto the ground that project light out of them, you can see that it's conforming different images over and over again, like a hologram. You can hear over like a PA system coming into the room as the large metal slatted door closes, and you can hear it lock. Now listen, there's lots of things out there, and there's going to be some things that you're going to have to get familiar with killing if it comes to life or death. You can always pull the plug. Are you ready?
Bring it on.
You can hear a couple of switches and gauges and little bits of the turntable getting moved before the projection there starts to take shape. You can see that this orange and red hue begins to take over, and a long snout begins to be molded with a little spear that hangs out of this little clawed hand with another one with a dagger. You can see a striped tail begins to form with these clawed feet that plant on the ground. As you can see that these little white fangs hang out of the snouted mouth, this little black nose on the end. You can see that it forms with these little horns on the top, and you can see a kobold is made.
God, it's fucking adorable. Why would you do this to me?
You little shit. You see that it takes out it throws the dagger into the ground,
right?
holds the spear with two hands. Caleb, roll initiative.
Okay, so I get a +6 to this, and we're using squid dice.
Good boys.
So
Let
I
this
rolled the
shit.
second nat 20 of the night.
Guess who's going first?
The kobold.
It wishes.
Oh, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does.
Sir Nicholas, go ahead. You see this kobold
I'm
that
going
stands
to
about
flip open the
20
rough
feet
notes
away
I
from
had
you with
made.
a spear.
I'm going to flip open the rough notes I had made in my spellbook, flip a few pages, snap it closed, and go, magic missile.
Okay, roll for your damage.
And then, the darts, the 3 darts that shoot out, literally just erupt from inside of the inside of my head.
The focus.
From the focus that's in my head.
Got it.
And shoot out that way.
Okay.
So that is a 3 plus 1 times 3.
So 9?
9.
9 points of damage strike into the kobold as you see that.
it should be 12, right? 3 plus 1 is 4 times.
Oh, 4. Yes, 12. 12.
Oh, 12. Yeah, it strikes into the kobold. It strikes him in the chest and the neck and the foot. As you can see this thing. Wow! Wow, why me? As the image again portals as the hues of the colors just mix all over again. The PA system hits. Now, understand, it wasn't me who programmed the personalities into the creatures.
I was just going to ask, how many of these things did you murder? That was very realistic.
Well,
Shockingly realistic.
we had to get a lot of specimens, and whatever we had to find out about them, we took them apart limb from limb.
Jesus.
That is
Unfortunately,
just
all
grisly, right?
we had was time.
Grisly.
We lacked no resource. I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm sure
Except for
that's
your
true.
humanity.
That was a bit weaker than I intended. Well, you might find this a bit funny. I'd meant to cast that at the 5th level. And, I can't.
Well, you're gonna understand how far you can push your body. We're gonna find out how far it goes as well. Where did I put it? It is in. You can see the projection starts to whirl again. You see that this one is almost about the same size. You see that it whirls and it actually forms into something a little bit smaller. You can see that this one is pure light green. He's got this little shoulder bit of leather on his shoulders. You can see that a little bow and arrow is just strung on his back. These large hands and these webbed feet plant the ground. The large head with black beady eyes and little sprockets of color are adorned on this creature. You can see that a grung hits the floor.
Oh, it's one of the little sewer rabbits! Wait, that's not the right one. Frog! No, that's not it.
You are fucking disgusting. Roll initiative.
Again?
Against the grung creature.
So I rolled lower this time. I rolled a 23.
He gets a +2 to dex. He got a 21. Wow, okay. Got a 19 on the dice. You get to go before the grung.
Okay. So I'm looking at this thing, and I just go, well, been hit by worse. See how much this hurts. And I'm going to cast Acid Splash at it. I need a dex save.
Acid Splash is poison damage?
Acid damage.
Okay. Dex save. That's a 5 + 2, 7.
A 14, so no.
Okay.
And he's going to take 3 points of acid damage.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not even going to move away from him.
Okay, you can see that you guys are about 20 feet apart here as he goes and begins to run at you. He is going to take a quick leap at you as he jumps off the ground with the spear, and he's going to make a lunging attack with the spear against you. For the grung. That's the first natural one of the game. As you like morph in the middle, I imagine, as the spear kind of goes through you, and as you remorph, it snaps the little twig in half with the natural one. So grung holds half the stick here.
I'm gonna put my hands on either side of this grung's face, and like make my hands look like slices of bread, and just go, "What are you?"
A grung, you filthy slime!
No, what are you?
I'm a grung! Don't devalue my kind!
No, you're an idiot sandwich.
I'm a grung! It's your turn. I'm a grung.
I'm gonna use my attack action to slap him.
Okay.
Oh god, I get a +4 to this. Does a 14 hit?
It does hit.
He takes 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Your boy is still up.
And that's all I'm gonna do, because I kind of want to use a feature, but I want to use it on something decent.
So you came in direct contact with it. Can you make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw or become poisoned?
I get advantage on this
You got it.
because of natural resilience. So it's a con save.
Yep. Con DC 12.
A 2 plus. Oh, I get advantage.
Yep.
A 13 plus 3.
You save from it. You see that the grung here is in direct contact with you. As you see that it reaches around him, and the hologram creates a new weapon for him as he pulls it out of the back, and you can see that a dagger is in his hand, and he's going to take another swipe at you.
Hey, that's cheating.
He's a hologram.
Oh, you get.
He got a 10 plus... What's his melee? Plus 4, 14?
I am going to use Chronal Shift on that. So I'm going to force him to re-roll it.
Okay. So that's a 3 plus 4, a 7.
A 7 does not hit.
He takes the swing with the dagger. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so as he takes the swing with the dagger, just before it hits, I like raise my hand and rewind time and like just take a step back. And then it all plays out the same way.
Oh, man,
You
that's
filthy
actually
slime! Filthy slime!
And I'm just nodding and I go, yep, that's about right. That's about right. I could still do that.
As you can hear over the projection, again, I did not program their personalities. And it lets
And
off the
then-
intercom.
I'm going to cast Acid Splash at him again.
Okay, so he needs to make a dex save.
Yep.
Plus 2 to this. 5 plus these unicorn dice are ass. 5
Okay,
plus
I'm
2
gonna
is a
roll
7.
A 7. He takes 6 points of acid damage.
That's just enough. Caleb, how would you like to do this?
I literally flick the tip of my finger off and through his head.
As the acid pierces through, you see like his body and arms fling back, and just before he hits the ground, the illusions of the colors from the ceiling begin to morph again. You hear
So you guys are afraid of these?
You hear the intercom go off. We don't let Felix near the intercom. We think he just pissed his pants. He's
What?
overly excited. As you look over to the one where the glass of Felix, you can see his face is completely pressed against the glass with his hands on either side.
I just give him a polite wave. Well, these things usually come in threes. What's next?
Right. So we've been studying the grung kind, and they definitely have lots of uses, especially out there in the field. The grungs live underground, and lots of them do very interesting things. As you see that the ball of image begins to morph again and again and again. But the power just keeps going, and it keeps flickering all of the different colors. The lights in the ceiling begin to flicker. You see that the morph begins to get bigger and bigger and bigger. You see that half of the lights go out, and especially where it ordains exactly where the hologram is, the black shadow is at a line right there on the floor. A large thud hit the ground. You hear a grumbling come out, like a large, almost mammoth-like creature. You see that there's a big white paw that comes across the darkness. And another one that comes across the darkness. You can hear parts of the glass that are up above you being banged on. Caleb, roll initiative.
Finally, a low one, a 12.
Well, this
6 plus 6.
These ones beat you. You see that the two large white paws come more out of the darkness. As you can see that this white creature is very large, and it just, the white feathering goes up its body. And as its face comes out, you can see the texture of what you would think to be a bear, but it looks more like an owl, but it is pure and white. As it comes more into view, it snarls at you, and it's going to charge you, but not before you notice next to it, on top of it, are two legs sprouted on either side, and a large spear goes towards the floor. The snowy owlbear is going to make a claw attack against you. That is a d12, not a d20.
You can roll that.
No, that one works. That one works. He
Not-
just has to roll 12 to hit me.
Not to say that it bites, but
Ooh, there it goes.
Okay, so I'm going to use Chrono Shift on that and make you reroll that.
okay. It's a 17 on the dice. I imagine
Not
that.
an actual 20.
Yep.
It's not a nat 20. That definitely hits.
So the claw reaches back and strikes against you as you take 15 points of slashing damage.
Oh my god.
As it hits you one time. Are you still there?
Yep.
You can hear the intercom
Yeah.
hit. Just Nicholas, run, whatever you do, run. We've been trying to study this. You can see that the spear along the side waves out from the darkness towards you. You can see that it cackles with magic, and it's going to make a magic spell attack against you with advantage because you cannot see it.
So it's more than 120 feet away from me?
It's 20 feet away from you. But
I
it's
have dark vision.
you might be able to see. Okay, you can pick the 14 or the 17.
14, but I can't do anything about it. It hits.
Yeah. You're going to take 8 points of lightning. You still up?
Nope.
As you can feel like consciousness go in and out, you can see that all the lights above you flicker really hard as the hologram disappears within the image. But before you go unconscious, you can see the vorpal image of that creature come into place as the lights flicker above. As you can see, like there's this large creature with a large scar across its face. And you can see that it's very furry on top of a snowy owlbear. The image goes out, and the next thing you notice is that Felix is on top of you doing like some kind of compressions. Come on! Come on! Come on!
He's like slapping a puddle.
Like, where do you breathe the oxygen?
His hands are just literally in my chest.
Yeah.
He's giving chest compressions to the floor.
What you should do is just get fake organs and put them in there.
Funny.
That way.
So he rolled enough to make you stable. As they give you a little healing potion. I'm going to roll the 2d4s for the healing potion for you. A 3 and a 2. Plus 2. 7.
Oh, so as they, they just kind of like dump this into the hole in my robes, I hold up my hands and make them look roughly like bread slices, and then put them by my own head, and I'm like, what am I?
You did great! You did great! Yeah, Felix is just there. He's just like, you did great! Yeah.
I
Honestly.
kind of like start to congeal into like a more sitting up position. I'm just like, that really hurt. Owlbear hurt more than the other thing, though.
Yeah, it's a thing that we're in a case study for. It's a little bit of a trial and error. Let's say trial and error. Listen, made a lot of noise coming down. Give me a perception check.
Okay. So this plus 0. A 12.
You look up and you can see through the observation glass of the big room that was being operated on. You can see that there's 3 people standing in that room. The one in the blue, who's friends with Felix. The one in green, and the one in red.
Oh, great. I hope he has my banana. Ugh. And I get up.
Do you need help? As he like reaches a hand out to try to get you along.
I'm gonna take his hand,
Mm-hmm.
and like my hand wraps around his arm.
That's cold.
Clammy.
Yeah.
Write that down. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the moisture content in my body.
We've got lots of work to do with you, sir. Lots of work. He scratches his head, and you guys go back through the big metal door and out the one side of the observation chamber, and you go out to the main area. But there only seems to be Butterfinger there, the man in blue, as the other ones have gone. And he's kind of just like sitting in the chair, like with his hands just covering his face. Like his elbows are on his knees.
What seems to be the issue, Mr. Butterfinger?
We shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have just let the excitement get a hold of me here. They could have fucking killed you.
That's true.
These projections aren't supposed. These projections aren't supposed to be able to hit you with mortal wounds. They're supposed to just give you the figurative feeling of being hurt.
In all fairness, though, I did egg you on a little bit.
But that was it. It was the excitement, the thrill. Just we should have thought ahead. We should have. Damn it, Felix.
I'm gonna clap him on the shoulder, and like in my head I'm smiling. But there's no smile. And I look at him in his eyes, like I bring my face down to his level without moving my upper torso.
Okay.
I'm just like, well, valor is the better part of bravery, my friend. And unfortunately for us both, valor is also the better part of idiocy.
You just met Silas.
Silas?
Silas has been wandering the plains. He works for a man in a distant town. He and his group just we want to help the people on the outside, but we can't leave to intervene. There's enough going on here, as he points to you. We're trying to understand it. But Silas has been causing mayhem outside of the walls here. Not to us, but to the civilization down below.
And you don't have thought to do anything about it?
Like I said, we can't leave. We're trying to study it.
What's he been doing?
Listen, I regret this, that we did this, but we're gonna have to go explain it to the others. We're gonna have to just tell them that the excitement got the better half of us. He turns away from you, like his shoulder turns away and doesn't look at you. And he begins to walk up the stairs. Felix grabs his clipboard and begins to follow.
As I follow them up the stairs, I'm writing in my book, and I'm like, now how did I summon Nibbles? What was that spell? As we're walking up above.
Okay. You walk up the dark spiral staircase again that leads you back into the experiment chambers, but back across the general purpose room. So he goes to the chest again. He goes, listen, I did tell them I was going to get you something. Just... Shit, hold on. He rummages through, and he grabs out this small little orb. And the orb flickers and twinkles with different colors. And he lets it go, and it floats there, just about 5 feet away from him. As he moves his hand, the orb moves away. And it can change colors. So he brings it back with his hand as well. I know this isn't really dressing you, but if the power goes out, or something like that happens again, he hands this to you. And it is a magical item, and I think it's called the Drift Globe.
Yeah, I think that's the one that can shed light.
Yep. So he hands you a Drift Globe. They turn and walk away and go through the display archives room and into the personal quarters.
Again, I'm going to put the drift globe in my body, straight into my face, and just, like, push the other orb further down into my body.
Okay. Okay.
It's like, I'm going to take a really close look at it, and then really close look.
Yeah.
They both turn to look at you before going to the think tank. You can hear the muddled talking on the other side of the door. Listen, I don't know how this is gonna go. As Butterfinger just thinks and contemplates in his head just the scenario over and over again. I don't know how this is gonna go. I might be exiled from here for putting you in such harm's way, for not understanding the Please. He turns to a door and he grabs the lock, which is a blue door handle, and he turns it and the door swings open. He goes, just use my room. Just wait, please. Just wait.
You needn't worry, I'll still be here. And if you need me to back you up, just say the word.
Right.
We're in this together, lad. And I pat him on the shoulder.
Your hand like sits on his shoulder for a second and he goes, Eon was a staple in developing this place. I guess there's no time like now, more than ever. He turns away from you again, almost in disbelief that all of this in one day has happened. Felix backs him up as the door opens. You can hear that there's large shouting coming from the room. You walk into his little chambers.
no. I'm gonna walk into the room that he just walked into. I'm backing my homie up.
Just before you walk in the room, Felix is there in the doorway, and he goes, "Listen. They really just need to hash it out. It's just let them do their thing. Please. There's a lot to unpack."
I'm literally going to walk right through him.
I figured you could do that.
Or more specifically, around him.
I figured you could do that. Yeah. You do that, and you can see that the man in red is up on his feet, and you can see that he's pointing his finger across the room at Butterfinger and Felix. You can see that there's large shouting, and you can see that there's just this large disagreement that's going on, where some people are like, well, they were capitalizing on the moment, and some of them are like, this was way too dangerous and crossed all the lines. This should not have happened. As you can see that Eon points the finger and he goes, You put him in danger. Do you understand the position you put us in? Do you two understand that you should be exiled from this place? You should never step foot in this academy again. I should never enlisted either of you. You and your temptations. Do you know what would happen if Victor knew about this? Victor would come here. He would decimate this place. You can see that he finishes his drink quickly. And then throws the glass into the fire.
Well, that was a waste of perfectly good crystal, mate.
And you. Your stupid understanding. You're gonna stay here. And you're gonna understand what it means to remember and be good.
Trust me, mate. I'm good as it is. But somehow
We have only one purpose for you, and that's it.
Now hold on. I do think you've gotten the wrong idea here.
No, I think you've gotten the wrong idea that you think you are a free man or to roam around and do as you wish. You were dropped here to be studied. That's it.
I'm gonna grab another glass and pour another glass of myself.
You go to do that, and Felix grabs you on the shoulder, and you can tell that both of you go invisible at this moment. And he begins to try to drag you away back into the other room.
Now, lad, I was captain of the wrestling team in the college. I don't think you want to grapple with me.
You see that Eon here, you see that his eyes begin to flurry with red as his hands spurt out, and these two fireballs begin to emit from his fingers as Butterfinger throws up this magical shield across you guys as these flames get shot across the room and towards the entry of the doorway as they spurt across the magical shield.
Right, so he's an asshole. Let's go.
Felix grips you and is just like, listen, I think it's gonna get really bad in there.
Yes, I'm getting the feeling that you and Mr. Butterfingers need to come along quickly. Now.
Felix runs you out the door real quick and slams the door and goes, no, listen, Butterfinger's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. As you can hear that there's large clams across the walls, just as things and magic and things are being thrown across the walls. You can imagine that even books are being toppled over inside that and inside of there. You can see that
Nasty spell.
he grips you and he begins to run, and he goes to the general purpose room, but takes you in the other direction going southwards. You can see that this new room has a bunch of coat hangers that have coats and jackets and hats and mittens and all kinds of things. As you can see that he starts grabbing things and packing them into you. He starts packing a hat, starts packing mittens, packing boots, because he knows that you can do this. He grabs a coat, just shoves it into you, and goes like, listen, we really don't have the time for this. We really need to get you out of here. He pulls out a key out of his pocket. He goes, listen. There's a machine outside, and it's meant to send our the progress that we make, the notes for the civilians down below. It's powered by a gem. It's powered by a gem called Corium, and once you turn the key, it's just gonna go down the mountain. And well, you have to be careful on the mountain, but you can't drive it. Okay, it's just gonna, once you put it in and turn the key, it's gonna go.
Where are you going to go?
I gotta go back in there.
I'm gonna clap him on both shoulders and say, lad, there's no shame in running for your life. If it seems like you might be harmed, get out alive. You and Mr. Butterfingers as well.
Yeah, we'll escape on our own time. As he takes you, and he bursts open the two front doors there, and this howling wind of this winter storm and all of the snow is just crossing this mountainside as the cold shivers of what you thought was cold before bursts in through the doors and just shivers over your body. You can see that all of the ground out of the front of the building here is covered in snow, and there's just this one sculpture that's left outside on the mountainside, and just to the side of the building here is a small carriage that seems to reflect the snow.
I guess I'm going to go up to the carriage.
Okay. He kind of just like puts his coat back up over his face and tries to deflect the snow coming in at him. As you can see that there's only 2 wheels, and it stands as its own carriage. No horse and pulley, no nothing. There's lots of gears on the side of it, and it kind of hums with this little drum sound of this still but it's only got the one door on the one side with the one sheeted like glass window. As he pulls the door open, you can see that there's velvet seats on either side, but there's no steering wheel and no way to steer it. Right in the center is a column that comes up with a little keyhole that goes in the middle. He kind of pushes and shoves you in. As he's trying to block himself from the snow, he goes, Now listen, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna try to make it so that there's a destination for this thing, and hopefully it reaches it. Listen, if things get really bad, just leave the carriage. Just run. Whatever you do, don't tell anybody your real name.
Why wouldn't I want to tell anyone my real name?
Because you, sir, are dead. As he closes the door on you, and you can see him running back inside. You look up at the building, and you can see that it is like a large observatory. It's this large dome, and you can see this huge, like, shaft, like a telescope, that peers out of the top of it. You're nice and...
I guess I'm gonna stick the key in, and before I turn the key, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic as
Detect magic?
Mm-hmm.
You don't sense anything magical. He told you that it's run on a stone. Other than the humming crystal that seems to be the thing humming below the carriage, it's the only thing that's like producing any type of...
A bit hesitantly, like looking at all around this, I'm gonna turn the key.
You turn the key, and it's a sudden almost jerk. You can almost just like feel it just like take off as the wheels begin to spin against the mountainside. It goes down like this trail weaving back and forth. But from there, it starts to settle as it's getting stable to the conditions, and the little part where you put the key in turns into like a little table. Going down the mountainside here, you can hear all kinds of nature noises. You can hear the sounds of wolves and owls and the chirping of birds out in the winter trees.
Yeah. I have no idea how long this would take, but if it takes long enough, I would like to try and cast Find Familiar as a ritual.
He told you it was going to take a while.
Yeah.
He said you're on a mountainside. Okay. Have you ever done this before? Do you have it as like a spell?
I don't have the spell components. Like didn't have them added. I didn't know whether I'd be able to go out and buy them.
I'm just going to set you up with your basic adventuring gear.
All right, so I wouldn't have the stuff for it. Never mind.
Okay. As you search through your self pouch over and over again, trying to find materials and components for such things, you can hear the howling coming closer to the carriage, as if there's trampling feet outside. You can hear that there's almost half a dozen feet that begin to catch up to the caravan. You can hear the noises as they pierce through the winter's night. The footsteps track as they climb closer and closer. You can almost hear them close enough before into the side of the carriage. A little rumble happens. As you can see far in front of you through the glass that peers straight, a wolf of white jumps down in front of the carriage. As the carriage is steaming quickly towards it, it stands there ready to pounce. You almost go to collide with it, and it almost goes to jump before a large clawed hand comes from the treetop, grabs the wolf, and comes back with it. The carriage
clawed how? Like
a large, almost frosted humanoid hand that with these big knuckles to go along with it. Not like a giant, but like a big wintered knuckled hand comes down and grabs the winter wolf and pulls it back through the trees.
Got me all excited for a second.
What do you think it was?
It was this big turtle hand. Oh.
Everything's with the turtle. The carriage.
No, but I'm sure he would like to fist fight it.
The carriage continues on before it makes its way down the mountain, and you can see that it reaches patches where there's no longer snow. Continues through where the forest of white starts to become a natural brownish and green forest, but it seems like daylight has merely ended, and it is nighttime. More of the shrouded sounds that come through the bushes and the whistles of birds have stopped. The things in the dark seem to be much more mysterious as you cannot see them anymore. The carriage is still in the center of nowhere in the forest when it suddenly comes to a stop.
I'm gonna try turning the key again.
And nothing's happening, but you can hear that the humming is still going.
Can I take the key out?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna try taking the key out and then putting it back in and turning it.
You do that, and even taking the key out this time does not stop the humming.
Well, I suppose this is probably the destination he had in mind. Don't know how to operate this. I'm going to try and open the door from the inside.
You go to grab what you'd imagine to be the handle from the inside, and you go to pull on it, and it doesn't open. But all of a sudden, the wheels start turning a little bit more again. Just very, very slowly, they begin to start pulling along again, before, in a close set of bushes, you hear a large tussling and a gun go off. And that is where we're going to end Sir Nicholas Daniel
Bituminous.
Bituminous.
His life.
His part 1.
Oh, good.
I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then
Okay.
we'll come back to discuss.
Well, okay.
Yo, what is with my characters and getting cars?
Don't worry about it.
Like Kite blew up a carriage by accident, and now I've got a car I don't know how to drive.
What's
You
one of
don't.
those fangled automated cars?
The automobiles.
So,
Yeah.
automobiles.
Think of this: if you crash it, you're squishy. You'll take the impact pretty well.
You have no bones to break.
Yep.
I know, right?
You're your own safety bag.
It's like your face it hit the windshield. It's all over. Here, let me just help scoop you back together, and you're good.
We get into a car accident. I'm like, oh no! I hope my orb didn't crack.
Fair,
It'd be
actually.
an awful
That's the
mess.
closest thing to your skull that you can come across.
So, this whole entire chapter 1 with all of you is called Distant Horizons. But
Distant horizons.
Caleb and the other players, is there anything you'd like to go on about our first introduction and our first character?
Very nice. Enjoyed.
Yeah.
It was pretty good, actually. I like the idea of the characters and try to envelop the idea of making them actual detailed individuals and not some bland wall like names on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you think this is, like, you mean it's coming across well?
Yeah.
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 You know what? I never got my fucking banana. Hold on, I had to make a note.
Never did get that.
Eon
banana.
Hills owes me a banana.
He also wears a red jacket. Kelly, you got any remarks about this?
So the only ones out of there that I got a name and a color for were Dutris Butterfinger, blue,
Mhm.
Felix is purple, and Elon Hills is red.
You also got Kip
Like-
Chester as yellow.
Pip Chester.
Trina, do you have anything to say about it? No?
No?
No? I guess not. Okay.
I don't think we heard you.
Maybe not. Kelly? Will?
I think at least one scientist needs to get smashed in the face. And yeah, that's about it. One of these scientists needs to get smashed in the face, and the other one's alright, I guess.
Well, roll for initiative.
You know,
I
all I'm
will.
envisioning it. I'm getting like just heavy umbrella vibes here.
Umbrella.
It's like, oh, they created a bioweapon, did they? Using the corpses of individuals, huh?
and
They're
it got
willing to
and it got out.
moralize.
One got out.
Yeah, it's got no morals in killing species lower than them in order for advancement of their sciences. Okay, yep, I got that check.
Kelly, are you even
Willing to
able to
lob
hear everything?
fire at their co-workers. Okay,
Yeah.
She might not be at the phone or the computer at the moment.
Oh, okay.
she was
She's
also
been
having
silent
connection
the whole time.
issues.
Right.
She's not muted.
Well, Connor, before we have anything to
Policy.
start with you, is there anything else you'd like to say about that? Because you're next.
It was cool.
It was cool.
I thought that claw might have been a turtle claw, but that's fine. That's okay.
Not everything's gonna be a
No.
turtle, man.
Fucking Yeti. It was just a fucking Yeti. That's all.
No.
I don't think Kelly can talk.
Kelly?
Then she's not
Yeah.
gonna be very good at this then.
No, it's okay. I'll play Gertrude. Don't worry about it. I can be an old lady. It's not that hard.
Ooh.
Here we go. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to wait for me to get to my little criteria bits for each person.
Oh my god, I just had the perfect idea for the best fucking battle master.
Do tell.
Right, so.
Battle master who's steel defender instead of being a dog or something like that is just a giant fist. Just a giant hand.
I don't like that.
The video.
I played Elden Ring. I don't like that.
Salvatore Gaddaci. I think it's called. Hold on. Wipe. And there's actually a video that has something that you would probably like to use as reference.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it.
Guys, just let me know when you're ready for the next bit.
I am ready
because I've
whenever.
never heard of it.
Never.
Go for it.
Let's do it.
All right. Connor Gromit, the grung creature from the sewers that is down below underneath Lumoria. He is this green and brown spotted creature. If he wouldn't know it more than himself, because he finds himself colorblind towards a species that remains itself under leadership by color, by the way. Green is known to be some of the lowest class of the grungs, but he wouldn't know it, and he wouldn't know the understandings of the tiers between his own peers because he couldn't see them from the very beginning. Gromit, you find yourself with these other green grungs. Not like you would know, but you would know just by the nature, the way that they emit themselves among the rest of your culture and your beings. You can tell that they're doing a lot of the physical work, the laborious work, but you are coming back into your camp from being outside. You are still kind of beside another grung who still seems black and white and gray in color to you, more of this opaque color, like many of the grungs. And you can see that this one is beside you, and you guys have just come back from something called a run. You guys have a classification of grungs that are called runners, who go to the surface and either deliver messages, goods, or anything that the people of the service need from you. The surface can be dangerous, but you understand part of the sewers are more of your game if it wasn't for the other species that live with you down there. This one slaps you on the back real quick. Well, the surface isn't always that bad.
I love it up there.
The sunshine feels alright from time to time, but I like my sewery soup of a bath. I think I need to rehydrate.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit dry too. I think it's about time to have a.
Holy shit! That's so good!
It's good. That Kermit is real good.
Pretty good.
This one looks over at you, and you know that the name of this one is Bubbles. This is the other grungling that you did the run with. No, listen, we're gonna have to make the deposit, but let's just go check in with the other fellas about what they're up to. As you walk into the cavern, which is like this large open-sourced cavern that would lead much deeper, but you can see much of them are either like digging some parts of the sides to try to make the cavern bigger. Some of them are holding daggers and spears kind of just at the ready if anything was coming to the front of the entrance of your foothold into your cavern. Oh, hey Gromit. Hey Bubbles.
Hey-ho!
Well, how was the surface today? Was it raining? I love it when it's raining.
No, it was just really sunny. It was really nice.
Oh, well, I love when it rains and I just get to, like, slop my big feet in the muck.
Well, you can do that down here too. Like, it's everywhere.
Well, I just want to do what I do down here up there. I'm not okay with the I want to do what's familiar to me.
Well, I mean, there's mud up there, but there's other stuff like
You can tell that the other grung that you're talking to, his name is Trevor. But I guess this is why I stay down here and they send, the lucky ones like you to the surface.
yeah, I mean, you can go up there. It's not that bad.
No, I can't. I can't. The Lord of the Sun says I can't.
Oh. Well, why not?
The Lord of the Sun said I can't. I just told you.
Okay.
I know it's strange.
Yeah.
It's strange for you, Gromit, that you shit-talk in front of the other grungs that are much higher ranked than you, but you gotta understand, it's the system. It's the system. We're at the bottom. We're at the bottom, Gromit.
You keep saying that, but, like, they're huge. Why don't they take it? Like they got arms. Bigger arms.
But, what I'm saying... Maybe you should go talk to someone about what you did on the surface. As Bubbles beside you is just like, yeah, buddy, let's go up to the like the captains and go tell them what we did before we get more shit.
Okay, we'll drop off our things and head back and report.
You go more into the cavern and you pass the first set of grungs that you couldn't even tell the colors of them if you wanted to. You can see that some of them are picking away into the walls, trying to make it bigger. As you see that you go more in, that there's tunnels that go to the left and the right and down the middle and off to the sides. And you can tell that your species has made these tunnel ways throughout underneath the lands here to cement itself from a lot of the dangerments. But you guys have memorized the tunnels that you need for general passage. You guys make your way down a few tunnels as you see that Bubbles here has like a bag that you guys got from the surface up over his back. And as you guys make your way down to the tunnels, you find that you go past a few other grungs that have spears that stand there. And they kind of look at you as they approach. And Bubbles stands there before passing them and goes, "We have a delivery for Gorf." One of them with the spear looks over and nods, as if it's almost like this measurement of rank that you have to tell the others who are more above you what you're doing and allow you to do it. You pass by these two that have these spears. You know them to be Frogger and Winky. You go into another room and you can see that there's one other grung in this room, and he actually has his own room and his own little bath, like his own little like pool of water. It's not anything fancy, but you can see that he's got like notebooks, he's got his own weapon rack. It's something that's a little bit more of a high end for a grung. Bubbles comes up to him. "Well, Gorf, we got the supplies from up above." As he slaps down the bag. Well, did you have a good time up there, Gromit?
It's always a great time up there.
I don't understand you. Those shitty fucking landwalkers and shit, they just need to come down here and pay us some goddamn respect.
I mean, we're walking here too. I mean, there's no different from down up there. I mean, it smells a bit different, but
This is the natural smell of things.
no, I don't think it is.
It is. Gromit, don't disagree with your subordinate, okay?
Subordinate or their superior?
I am your... Shut up! Mind your...
I still don't understand what you're going on about.
Mind your tongue, as Bubbles is just like trying to like keep his hands across you. It's just like, listen, we were just here to drop off the supplies, Gromit. We're just supposed to show them what we brought. And he just kind of turns the bag over, and you can see like there's these short swords and daggers and arrows and ends of different weapons that just like hit onto the floor. And he goes, they asked for them to be returned just with the extra. Gorf replies with, well, get to it. As he turns his back to him, and Bubbles has to start putting all of the weapons one by one back in the bag. Not gonna help me, Gromit?
I am. Like, hold on. Jesus.
You and Bubbles start packing the bag back together. He goes, well, I carried all the way here. My shoulder's getting sore, Gromit.
All right, it's my turn then. I'll take it.
Yeah, you
carry it.
sling this bag of weapons up over your shoulder. You know, Gromit, it's good. It's good having you around.
It's good to be around.
That's the way I like to think. As you can hear, like, out from behind you guys, it's just like, get to the fucking work, you lackeys! As Gorf yells out from the other cavern behind you.
Yeah, that guy's got an anger management problem or something.
Well, he's got to manage all of us. He's probably under a lot of stress.
Maybe he should just, do it himself sometimes.
Well, have you ever... I heard a rumor going around. I know it's kind of scary and you like the surface and everything, but I've heard some of the grungs are going rogue.
Really? Like who?
Well, he could be dead by now, but one made it to the surface, and he just didn't stop. He didn't stop bleeping.
And that's it? Like, did we know him?
Yeah, his name was Slippy.
Flippy?
Slippy! He was green, not like it matters to you.
No. I don't know that guy.
He was sick of getting shit on.
Yeah, I feel him.
Yeah, Gorf and Billy Bob were really giving him a hard time.
Mm.
But yeah, we should probably bring these to the work chambers as you guys go down another pathway through the tunnels. It just sinks its way into this small dark room with a couple of these little lanterns that you guys have set out on these little tables that are just shilled out of mud and dirt and planted there. As you can see that there's a couple of grungs that just like sit there and like sit in this little puddle of water. It doesn't even like cover a basin of their body. They kind of just get to sit in that amount of water just to survive. As you bring these blades down, he goes, well, Gorf told us that we need the work done. As you see that there's like the circle of grungs here. He goes, well, did you get a notice from Gorf? Oh, of course, we needed the notice. We needed the notice of work, Gromit.
Damn it. God damn it.
Yeah, like, can you go back and get it, Gromit? Like, we're just gonna get started. Listen, man, we're supposed to get started. If we don't get started, Gorf is gonna have our head.
All right, I'll go back and get the piece of paper. Just hold on.
Gromit, you leave and go back through the tunnels. As you can see that there's other grungs that come past you and go behind you as they go through all these other tunnels, but one stands right in front of you as you just kind of like, you're walking and he stands in front of you. You're all almost the same height, but this one has a large spear with a dragon head on the top of it.
I know.
Did you just talk to me first? You know you're beneath me. Stand out of my way, Gromit. Stand down. Stand down!
Stand down or stand up? You're making no sense.
Down! Stand... You know you can hear me! Stand down!
Stand down! You're...
He's gonna walk up to you and just point the spear towards you, and you see this giant, like almost a dragon skull that was morphed out of rock points towards you.
So...
Brave Leap isn't gonna say this one more time.
Oh.
Get down.
I'll stand aside, and I just move to the side. Like, I keep walking around him.
He like points the spear towards you as he walks around you, and as he like passes you, he finally juts it towards himself and continues moving on throughout the pathways. You can tell that he is a high-ranking grung, but you can't tell the difference.
Nope.
You make your way all the way back to Gorf, as you see that Gorf is like playing with like a bow and arrow and a crossbow. You see that he has a target on the side of the wall that's just made out of like a painted piece of wood, as he's shooting across a hand crossbow over and over again, as he's barely even striking the edges of the wood. Those fucking green grungs, they better be getting to work if that delivery's late, I swear to God, as he looks over at the entrance of the room. What are you doing back here?
You didn't give us the right for the work.
The work order! Oh my God. As you see that he goes over to like this big book of just sheets of paper, as he takes like a finger and slots it into the mud, and you see these big swooping letters, because I can't imagine grungs know how to write super well, as he writes his name, Gorf, with a dot underneath it, and rips the page off and hands it to you.
Thank you.
Now, nope.
What?
This is gonna cost you now. Now that you've delayed the work order, it's gonna cost you.
Nope. Give us the work.
No, you're supposed to remember it.
We've done this 50 times.
It has, and you've fucked it up every time.
No. 49 times you gave me a piece of paper with your name on it. And this 50th time you didn't.
Oh my God. Gromit, you're gonna be on your last leg, and you only got 2 of them. I don't want to go above my own head about you, but I will if I have to. No, you're gonna go down there and make up time. You're gonna work overtime. More time than overtime. Get out of my face!
I don't even get paid for regular time.
No, you don't! God damn it, because you can't even do your own regular work. Get the work order done.
Sure. I'll do that. Maybe.
Nope. Yeah. You see, he takes the hand crossbow and clicks it a bunch of times as he's forgotten to reload it. And he's just like, oh, God! And he throws it to the ground. Just this grung gets ultra frustrated with a lower grung talking back.
Okay, bye. And I just close the door and walk in.
As you go to make your way back through the tunnels, you can find your way back to the pit where they have these grungs that are sitting there. As you can see that they're lathering their hands over the edges of these daggers and blades, and you can see that you don't see the color of it, but you see almost this like thick moisture go across the ends of the blades and the arrow tips and stuff like that. As you know from your own abilities that they are poisoning the edges of these blades. and especially when it comes to like the tips and the serrated edges, they're just like lining it with some of their goop.
Oh my, and doing this in public?
They're in their own
Oh,
domain.
they're in the sewer.
Bubbles looks over at you. Did you get the work order?
Yep.
Oh,
Wait, they're still doing this anyways, though?
well, we're not supposed to, but if we're not caught, we can try to make up time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, thank you.
get down here and get to work. We got a lot of leg room to catch up on there, Gromit. As he kind of just like spills a bunch of blades towards you.
Okay. Look, I will start also rubbing down all these weapons.
All right, as a bunch of you start going over the weapons and start peeling over them and trying to catch up time, where this isn't like an instant process, but it takes a bit of finesse where you're just like lathering this on until it builds up to be a nice coursed amount of poison where it just like seeps almost into the blade and it's just like nice and proper. You guys don't shill out shitty weapons. You guys sell out weapons that kill.
Into a keel.
Yeah. You guys are at this for a few hours, trying to shill these weapons together before Grung comes around the corner and he's got like this long stick with a little flag on it. As he comes around the corner, he goes, "Business! We got business at the door!" As the other Grungs that are sitting there in the puddles are just like continuously doing their work, as if they know not to look up at them. Bubbles looks at you and goes, he instantly stands up and he's like, "Gromit, that's our cue. Like, we gotta go."
Okay. What do we gotta do?
Well,
What do we got today?
there's business at the door.
Okay.
You guys make your way back out of there, and Bubbles goes to give the pat on the back to the ones that are like sitting there in like their own filth of the water. They're just like, "Well, just keep at it, guys. Just we gotta make up that time, or else Gorf's gonna, he's gonna put us in the hole again. Don't want to go in the hole again."
No.
You guys
Don't
make
worry, these guys get done. They're professionals.
You follow this flagman that retreats back to the front of the cave. As you look out, and you can see that there's a small pack of kobolds, about 3 of them, just like looking around, and they have like a little bag of what you could imagine to be money in it. As they're kind of like looking around really suspiciously, but it's a wide cavern, and they're kind of just out there. You can hear them like kind of talking with one another. If they have like these little cloaks with little hoods on, and their like long snouts pierce out from it.
It's kobolds. Hey ho.
Oh yes, they wish to do business.
Mm-hmm.
Bubbles
Are
goes.
you the guys looking for that?
Bubbles like looks at you and it's just like, just know that there's been trouble on the surface. Remember, so just be on your leaping toes, your best feet.
You have the weirdest things. Just saying, be careful. What the hell?
That's surface talk. You've been to the surface too much, Gromit. You're liking it too much. You're bringing back bad habits.
They got cool stuff up there. They have bread, balls,
God, I love bread. I gotta admit.
and lots of stuff.
Yeah. You see that you and Bubbles walk out into like the medium section of the large cavern here. And as you guys walk out, you see a couple of the kobolds like look back at each other and kind of whisper. And and they all turn and they're just like, "Hey, we're here to buy some shit."
Well, this is a sewer. That's where you find the shit.
Yeah, but like the good shit. As he like reaches into the cloak and he like waves out a little dagger. He's just like, yeah, you know what to do with this. Yeah.
Okay, so are you looking to get it fixed up, or are you just looking for one that's already done?
Nah, a little extra hardware for my hardware. You know?
So an upgrade?
Upgrade.
Or a replacement?
Yeah, he gets it. Upgrade. See, like, you can see that this dagger, as you can't tell colors, has already wrung parts of it like into what you would imagine somebody's like organ, as there's like old blood stains already like across the blade. It's not clean. And down the handle is a bunch of like streaks of blood as well. It's my favorite.
Well,
It's my favorite dagger.
That's cool. We'll have to clean it first because it really doesn't
Nah,
work.
I like it the way it is. Upgrade.
Yeah, but it has to be clean.
I
Like,
just
that's not how.
want an upgrade.
And I'm explaining to you, you can't do
Yeah,
upgrades
and
with
I'm
a
trying
dirty
to
knife.
tell you, I
It will
just
fall
want
off.
it to do better. See, the guy that I went into, he got away because I didn't have an upgrade.
I get that. Well, maybe if you don't want to clean that one, we'll just get you one that has that's
This
upgraded.
is my favorite dagger.
Okay. We can upgrade it, but we're gonna have to clean it, okay?
No, you don't understand. This is my favorite dagger. I like it like this.
Okay, we can do it dirty, but eventually it's gonna wear off faster because it's not clean.
I'm only gonna
So-
pay you half the money. That sounds like a deal. I only need to bring it back to the same guy and get him again. He just gotta not get away this time.
Wait, so you could just, you know where he is? Why don't you just do that yourself?
No, he got away, but the next time I find him,
Oh,
I'm gonna and then until there's nothing left.
okay.
He's not gonna get away, you understand?
Yeah, I get, okay.
Yeah, I want to upgrade, but this is my favorite knife.
Okay. Okay. I made notes. Favorite knife upgrade. Oh, so that's it?
That's it.
Okay. You get a knife.
He hands you the knife over, and he hands you the bag of money. You take it?
Both?
Yeah. He's trying to pay you for the service.
Yeah.
You guys know that you do it for about 50 gold pieces, and as the weight of money hits into your hand, it feels extremely light. But it feels like coins. Get to work, frog. Do you hear like the other two like behind him? Yeah, get to work.
Well, I don't go to work unless there's about. I'll look at how many coins are in here.
You look inside and you see that there's coins. There seems to be about 50 of them, just by looking at them.
But this feels lighter than
It
regular
feels
coins.
extremely light.
Okay, I'm gonna take one out.
He's gonna grab.
Yeah.
You go to grab one, and you can feel that is almost squishy. You can't see color, and they know that. So when you go to grab the coin, you can feel that it's almost like a rubbery texture, as if it's been built and created like a fake coin, just to sham you. Get to work, frog! That's my favorite knife!
Yeah. So
You
it's
hear
not
the other
this.
the other
The other
two kobolds.
is
there. Get to work.
Bubbles still there?
Oh yeah, he's still there. Just like.
I tossed it to Bubbles because I can't really tell the color. It's like, what does that look? What does that look like to you?
Oh, well, Gromit, it looks like gold, but yeah, we'll be right back with the work.
Shut up, Bubbles.
Brung, you can't talk to me like that.
Well, apparently, this is classist bullshit. I can talk to you because we're the same.
We are the same. Just don't talk to me like that. As you hear the kobold, hear like the two of you arguing, it's just like, yeah, just stab him with it. It's my favorite knife. It'll feel good. You'll get that good shit on the upgrade. Just make it fast, man. Make it fast.
I mean,
I gotta go.
I mean, sure.
I gotta
but
split.
This is... Yeah, there's
What's the problem? Is there a problem? As you see, like, the two other ones start to, like, pull out short swords, and he's just like, I don't think there's a problem, is there?
I don't think you do.
You don't think I...
Like, this is...
What, you're not gonna take my money?
Well, if this was fucking money...
Ah. Then, how about you give me back my knife?
How about you give me 50 gold coins?
How about you give me back my favorite knife?
Mm-hmm. Okay. You know what? I will do it right here. How about that?
Presentation with the upgrade. I like to see that it's done right. He gets me.
So...
He gets it. Yeah. You can hear the other two are just like, yeah, make him fucking do it. Make him fucking do it. Yeah, right here. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I start lathering it up.
And they're just like, you just see like the kobold's eyes just like widen, and they're just like, yeah.
Yep.
That's my favorite knife.
Yeah. Great knife. Yeah. And you're just gonna stab him like what, like, huh?
Yeah, so like how I did it is like, you see he turns to another kobold, but he has like an empty hand, and he grabs his shoulder, and I was like, ah! And he just punches him in the gut, and the other kobold's like, oh, and just like falls over to the floor.
Yeah. That's great. So like, and I stab him.
All right, make an attack roll with advantage, because he had his back turned to you.
Upgrade him right in the kidneys.
Yep.
Yeah.
What would a knife be? I don't have a knife.
You do now.
I do now.
So it's
like a dagger.
Weapon, I imagine you're proficient in.
Make it a dagger.
Yeah.
It's just a dagger.
What's your dex mod?
Yeah.
No, I just have to find dagger because
It's
I don't
D2.
have one.
It's a D2. It's a 2 plus your dex mod,
Actions.
and it's 1d4 damage plus your dex mod.
Dagger. Oh, I did have a dagger. Okay. So dagger. Okay.
With advantage, because he's
With advantage.
he's turned away from you.
24.
That definitely hits. You can also roll your sneak attack damage, because it was with
Okay.
advantage.
1d4 plus 3, so that's 6 plus another d6, right? Yeah. Sneak attack's d6, an extra d6.
Yep.
Yeah, d6. So it's 6.
2d6 plus your
Nine,
dex mod.
Yeah, so it's 6 plus 3, that's 9 damage.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
Uh,
He's dead.
Oh, wait, yeah, he's also poisoned. He didn't do his constitution roll, just do it.
Literally doesn't matter. He's dead.
Okay.
He failed it.
So
Yeah, so I just like, so you're just gonna go, and I just,
he just gets
it's like, hold him.
he just gets like rammed in his back, and he's just like, oh God, that's a good knife. God, my knife! As he just like drops to the floor, the other one's prone on the ground, and the other one like pulls out a short sword, and he's like, listen, man, we didn't want any trouble. You fucking grungs always causing shit. Roll for initiative.
Well, if you wanted to. Okay. Uh-oh, that's a 6.
So Bubbles got a 6. What'd you get? Sorry?
I got 6.
6 as well. And then the 2 kobolds are gonna go.
I better not die.
2 kobolds are gonna roll. Oh, they both go before you guys.
They're losers.
So one of the kobolds is gonna use his movement speed to get back up from being prone. He's gonna take out a dagger and he's gonna try to throw it into Bubbles there. As that's gonna hit. He gets the thrown dagger damage. Oh, it hits him pretty good. It hits him for 7 points of damage into Bubbles as like the knife gets thrown across and goes into his like tiny little thigh. It just jets into his leg and he's like, "God damn it, Gromit! Stab him again!" The other kobold.
That's the plan.
The other kobold pulls out his short sword. Right? Oh no, he has a sling or a dagger. So he's gonna make an attack against you, Gromit, with his dagger. Nat 20!
Oh no.
There we go. 2d4 plus 2.
No.
That was with the unicorn dice, too. You take 4 plus 2. You take 6 points of piercing damage as he stabs the knife into the side of you.
You son of a bitch.
And then it's your turn.
All right. I'm going to. I have a rapier, so I'm going to rape
Sure.
him. Rapier.
Okay.
Rapier him?
Yep, rapier
Okay.
him.
And then it is poisoned because it's my dagger.
I'd imagine so, because it's your weapon.
Yep. Nat 20! 25!
You don't get sneak attack because it's not with advantage, but you do get to stab him good.
So what is it? It says 2d8 plus 3.
Yep. That's the critical.
And then it's an...
Oh, that's the poison.
No, this is just 2d8 with the rapier, it says.
No,
Plus
a
3.
rapier is 1d8. So you get 2d8 from the critical.
2d8? Okay, yeah, okay. 2d8. Okay, that's right.
And then your poison was a d4.
60. D4, he has to do a constitution saving roll of 12.
So your damage
then-
is 2d8s plus 2d4 plus your dex mod. Because it's poisoned and it's the rapier.
Yeah, so it was
Roll my-
16 altogether. And
16?
he has 16 altogether, yeah.
Yeah, Connor, how do you want to do this?
As I say, you son of a bitch, and I immediately and just quickly go, and he's just standing there still like, and then he falls over as well.
God, those blades are good. As he drops to the floor.
And he didn't even get to, and he didn't even get to find out if he was poisoned or not. He's just fucking dead.
He's just fucking dead. As your buddy
Yeah.
Bubbles
How good the poison is.
Your buddy Bubbles stands up and takes out a spear and is gonna make an attack. And that attack is gonna miss. So he goes to swipe at one of the kobolds that threw the dagger at him. As it is now that kobold's turn, is going to swipe at Bubbles as he pulls out a dagger and tries to fight him. And they're going back and forth, and they are both missing. Gromit, it is your turn again. You can see that these two, the kobold and Bubbles, are fighting back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
It's your turn.
Okay, so I'll sneak around behind Cobalt. He doesn't notice me.
Hey, man.
With the rapier.
Hey, no, not cool.
16.
No, we're outnumbered here. You hit him.
Yes, hit him. 1d8 plus 3.
Yep.
That's 5. And he has to do his constitution saving roll for the
5 is
poison.
their maximum hit point. How do you want to do this?
Oh. Once again, just quick.
Goes right through him, and Bubbles
Through out. Yeah.
goes right through his chest and
Yeah,
goes
right
towards
through, and
Bubbles, and
Bubbles
he's
is there,
Bubbles
and
just like,
he's-
"Oh my God, Gromit, have some humanity!" As the blade like comes back out of the cobalt and it just flops over to the side.
Yep.
As you have 3 dead kobolds outside of the lair of your household.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Gromit, give me a perception check. For initiative, I actually bought a whiteboard, like a mini one.
Nice.
Dirty 20. 17 plus 3.
I learned from last time to do this. From here, you can hear scattering out throughout the tunnels. The distant feet of those who sometimes prowl on 2 and quickly move on 4. You can hear the type of creature that you live amongst. The Skaven, the Ratlings. You can hear that inside the sewers out the other side. You can hear and see like little beady eyes throughout the darkness looking towards where you slain the kobolds. They killed them. Poor suckers. Yes, yes, yes. They are fools, but they did not bring back our daggers. Damn it. We will get them again. Watch your foot, froglings. Yes, yes, yes. As they like
Yeah, go back to your gutters, you
go back into the darkness.
mangy goddamn rat people. Alright. I think this is worth telling Gorf. And grab some of their weapons, because we can sell those later.
Okay. You begin to search the kobolds here, and you find there's like the robes that they were wearing. There's more bundles of this fake money, but you do find a small satchel with actually 15 silver pieces, real money.
Oh. Yeah.
You find that there's like
Oh.
there's your favorite. There's a couple measly morsels of bread.
Mm.
And like a little stick of butter that's just like wrapped up in a leaf.
Well, this day's getting better.
You go to say that, and Bubbles is looking down at his wound, and he's just like, well, for some of us, shit. As he goes to like,
Shut up, I got stabbed too.
he like goes to pull the dagger out of his really thin leg, and he's just like, I guess more to salvage, more for the grung, more for the Lord of the Sun. As
Yeah, just slap some mud on it. You'll
At least it wasn't poisoned yet.
Rungs can't be poisoned. So.
Bingo.
Yeah.
You guys begin to like gather up these weapons, and you go to march inside as a lot of the other grungs that were out doing like the mixed work were watching and not getting involved, but only because there's one grung that is standing up top of where the entrance like comes to the top, and he is in a large robe and what you can imagine to be as like a higher class grung, not with like a big weapon like the one that you saw, but this one has this like long robe with like a hood just like halfway up top his bald head. As he reaches his hands out into the sky. Did you have the work order to kill?
We need work orders for that now?
You are in deep shit!
They were trying to look, all their fake money is fake. They're trying to top us out. The rat people are paying them to make weapons for them.
Did you make
Us
the
to make
weapon
our-
for Did you make the weapon for them, Gromit?
I made a weapon, and then I used said weapon.
I've heard enough! As you can see that 2 other grungs with spears come beside both you and Bubbles and grab each of you, and you guys begin to march into the cavern. You're gonna have a discussion with the Lord of the Sun to discuss your fate.
Well, I pretty much stopped us from being hoodwinked.
You needed a work order. Understand your place.
When do you need a work order to kill people?
Because it's the way that things go around here. You need the work order, especially to kill. You guys get brought in through chambers where many of times that it leads to that grung fortress where there's like the hallway that leads next, but there's two grungs that stand with spears. As they come up, you guys continue to move past them without even trying to discuss the matter at hand, because the one that is wearing the robes is with you. They are of a higher command. So you can tell just that fact. You can't tell its color, but as it walks by these people where you had to stop and present what you had, they can just continue going. You keep going until you hit this like you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper until like there's almost this steam that begins to envelop up among the roof cavern before you descend down into this large caverned room. Here is this dug out giant pitch with all of this hot bubbling water. This seems like it would be like a haven for grungs among them all to just like bathe and soak and just live in this type of environment. There's a spring of water that is pitched out of the wall that trickles down the mud side and goes down into these little river bits that are just dug out, and it just leads into new natural water that just keeps feathering back in.
Oh my god.
It would be amazing if not only one grung was sitting in it. One extremely large, flappy, over top of its flaps, sits inside of the pool water. Its arms hang on both sides of the dirt on the ring of the pitted water, and you can see that the bubbling water continues. As you can also see that down here, there's little flickers of light within the water, but there's also 3 corpses that float among it.
Jesus.
These corpses look like they could have been kobolds or bugbears, creatures that were bigger. Around the room as well are a couple of grungs with crossbows and spears again, but there's 2 that stand out. One of the grungs that you saw with the spear with the dragon head, and another one with a large sword about the size of its own body. The one in the dressings drops to his knees. I bring you, Lord of the Sun, Gromit and Bubbles. They did not have a work order to kill. Testify for your fate. As the one in the robe stands up and like gets behind you two, as the other ones who are holding your guys' arms push you towards the pool. Gromit, give me an investigation check.
Investigation. Oh wow, I'm not good. That's like 18.
As you get shoved forward, you almost topple over and almost fall into the water, but for a second you like hold your footing and you look over in the water for a second, and for something that has never seen color before, this glimmering rock sits at the bottom of it. It's almost like a chunk or a fragment. It's something that's small, but it shines a blue and purple hued color. And there's a few of them, about 2 or 3 of them that sit in the bottom of the pool. This is the very first time you've ever seen color, and it's vibrant. Imagine like a neon glowing crystal.
Wow. Amazing.
What is all of this nonsense about killing without the work order? As you see that the fat rolly grung in the center sits there as the bodies are just fished back out by the other grungs.
What? Start. Because I'm starting a better signal. Yeah.
Hello, Kelly.
Brought home 2.
We can hear you.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Hello. It's okay. Sorry. Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
You just came back in the picture all of a sudden.
A little bit. Sorry.
Okay, Connor. So you
Okay.
notice these really shiny rocks, but you are basically standing on trial.
Well, do I get to talk or you just okay?
Yes, I've spoken first. This is how it works, Gromit. I've heard you have had a problem with this.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyways, Lord of the Sun. Yeah, those kobolds. They're scamming us. Do we have a bag of money? This isn't money. This is like toy stuff. And they're expecting us to work to make this in front of our home.
Right.
Not only that.
So you deny the work order without needing permission of denying a work order.
What? No, I'm not done yet. The kobolds were getting the knives for the Skaven, who are technically right outside our door now.
Oh, those Skaven. Those creepy, furry little... They shit everywhere. And...
Yeah, they do that. And they also apparently send ruses to buy our weapons for them.
This is a concerning problem. But the issue at hand is if you had the work order.
No, where's the work order?
Bubbles.
Well, there is the work order.
Like Bubbles, like if you look over at Bubbles, Bubbles looks fucking terrified. Like Bubbles is just like on his hands and knees, just like looking straight at the floor.
Bubbles, are you not going to help me with this?
Oh my God, give me mercy, Lord of the Sun. Just mercy, please.
You fucking pussy.
They're the bottom, man. They're the bottom.
Could you at least agree with me, Bubbles, that all that happened?
Just don't kill me or send me to the pits again.
But yeah, so we got rid of thieves trying to steal from us, trying to...
Did you? I want a yes or no answer right now. Did you have the work order?
So you expected me
Yes
to get a
or
order?
no?
No, there was no order.
You see that he begins to stand up in the water. As you can imagine that like the water level goes down as he begins to stand up, as he is just so large in circumference, and he just has like these it's like Jabba the Hutt but a frog. And he just like stands up and his hands press against like the back of where he's trying to stand up as his tiny little frog legs are just pushing himself up, and the water just rungs back over his body. He's just like, I hate doing an execution, but I'll do it if I have to. Gromit, the green and brown spotted frog, I condemn you. As you feel like your knees get kicked out from behind you and your hand, like a hand gets pushed on your shoulder and you get planted to the ground. I commit you. As all of a sudden, a large screeching comes out. Sire! 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 Comes from the entrance of the hallway as a running grung behind you just like bolts past all of this mayhem that's going on and just runs to the Lord of the Sun. He's just like, I'm sorry to intrude. I'm really sorry. But as he whispers something, he's just like, oh, I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you.
Is anyone noticing me?
Oh, you're just on, like, you're the center stage, man.
Oh,
yeah, like you're right in the middle. There's like the two that hold the big sword.
Oh,
and
and a good chance to swipe one of those rocks.
That's deep in the water. Like it's deep. In the water. Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
It's like at the bottom. Goes and like whispers something in his ear. And as he like leans back a bit, he goes, Gromit, I condemn you to be the new runner.
What?
No talking back. No discussion. You start right away. Now tell me, Gromit. What has leaves but no trees? What has water but isn't wet? And what has grain? No, how does the riddle go? Fuck. God damn it. I'm trying to remember all this shit. Yeah.
But no branches or leaves.
Is it you said leaves with no trees?
Fuck, how does it go? I don't want to like look through my books to find it.
I
What?
believe it was trees with no leaves.
Yeah. What has trees with no leaves? What is wet without water? And what has dirt without rocks?
What? The
It's a riddle. It's a riddle for you.
I know it's a riddle. Like,
What do we expect out of these green grungs? As you're like on your knees here, you get slapped in the back of the head with a piece of paper. It's a map, you idiot! It's a map!
okay.
You see that there's like this little scroll that lands beside you. You need to work immediately.
I still don't get that. How's it a map? Anyway, whatever.
Hold on one second. I just need to make sure that I get this. Draken requests that you do us a favor. Draken saved our hide a long time ago. Why am I explaining this to you? You need to get to work! As another scroll slaps upside your head, and it shows like a delivery point out in the sewers.
Out in the soup. What?
Yes, you are going out on your own. You are now a runner.
Holy shit. Oh. Now that. Okay.
He sinks back down into the water as it kind of pools over the mud and kind of just like drenches out as new water starts to trickle back in. You see that the water over time begins to clear out as well, as you can imagine that he was doing business in the pool and he poisoned those who were doing business with him. And that's what made them die. Why are you still here?
You didn't get the work order.
Yeah, I didn't get a work order.
You did! Another thing slaps you upside the head.
God damn it!
And it rolls underneath and it just says, I gotta go back in your sheet. This one is delivered by the one who was wearing the cloak. And it's spelled Cousi de Grandulaire.
What?
Yep. It's just mud words.
Day.
It's just mud finger words with a dot at the bottom.
Okay, I'll get on that. What about Bubbles?
Bubbles looks terrified. He's just like,
Because technically he did nothing. I started it, and then he just got stabbed.
get going!
Okay. Okay. I gotta get some clothes.
You stand back up and you begin to walk your way back out of the entrance. You walk through like all the tunnels and the pathways back through, and at every stop point, you show this like work order that you have by this individual to let you know that you can keep passing. It's like the way that you're communicating that you have a work order.
Yeah.
You make your way all the way out to the basic bit of the cavern, and you find Trevor, the other green grung, or that you would know to be the lesser grung, right at the entrance, at the very beginning. You know that your work order here about going and doing a run leads you out into the sewers. You're going to be out and alone. It seems like there's a pickup point, and it seems to be more to the north and to the west. You know at the surface level, that is where Vox Hollow is.
Oh my god. We're going to big city.
Well, I'm glad to see that they didn't kill you, Gromit. I guess
Yeah, and hope Outpost is good too.
you got
They really
lucky.
do.
You got lucky out there.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I'll give you all I got. Just be safe out there. As you see that he takes his shovel and he hands it to you. He's got like a mining kit and he hands the whole thing to you. He gives you another 10 gold pieces and a potion of healing.
No, this is very kind of you. That's a lot of stuff. Like, you're going to give me, like, even your favorite shovel?
I really hope it doesn't make its way back here. In pieces.
Okay, that's a weird thing to say.
Just be careful of the Skaven.
Sorry.
It's okay.
That's damn fog down here. It fucking smells horrible. Ugh.
Well, until we meet again, Gromit, be good.
I will be back, and I will bring... I don't know, actually. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hopefully.
You go throughout the sewers. And you leave like the big mud the mud huts that you guys have, like this big cave area of mud, and you leave, and it leads out into like this trickling water stream that leads out into like the sewers, but they're not like concrete built sewers, they're tunnels of like the mud. And you know your directions around, but the map shows you a map of the surface. And I'm going to be sending that to you soon.
Okay.
But it's a map of the surface. The whole world of the surface above. It's here that you continue through your tunnels and making sure that you're not trying to get noticed, especially by the ratlings. Gromit, give me a stealth check.
Oh, a 9.
Plus?
No, it's a 9.
Just a 9?
Yeah, even with the +5. It's not good for... I know I'm supposed to be a rogue. What the fuck's going on here, bud?
You're going through and you're hearing the sounds of the skittering feet going through the tunnels. You can tell that some of them may have noticed you, even though you're trying to be sneaky, but they don't seem to approach you or seem to really care. That just one grung is kind of out on his own. You can hear like they're whispering and they're chatting, like, just a lone grung, huh? Yes. Oh, he doesn't have much meat on him. Just picking bones with that one. Not like Lord of the Sun. Big fat pig, not like frog.
Losers.
You make your way to where the worksite tells you to go as like the trails continue through, as you see that you're making your way through this tunnel, as light seems to have droplets down onto the ground of where you're supposed to go.
Okay, I'll follow those.
You go to underneath where the lights are peering through, and it's almost like a sewer gate. just planted above, and you are expected to wait for your package and your delivery. You have to wait and wait, and you can see that the sunlight begins to die off where it sparkles down onto the ground here. Just before long, you hear footsteps just outside the sewer gate before a large ring of metal hooks onto the side of it, and you hear the sewer gate begin to be peeled back. And that is where we're going to end Grommet.
That's 2 down.
To be in Grommet's defense, those kobolds had the personality that made you want to stab them.
That's my favorite knife.
Yeah. You're gonna find out Grommet has a temper. He doesn't like being fucked around.
That's scary to have the voice of Kermit be aggressive and stabby.
Murder Kermit, yeah.
Like right as he gets the drop on you, just hi ho.
Sneak attack. Anyways,
This is my favorite knife.
this is. If that's gonna be the liner from Grommet from now on, I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Does anybody have any input? Anything they'd like to say or they enjoyed or disliked about it?
Oh, it was definitely good.
I absolutely love Connor's Kermit impression. It's really strong. Holy shit.
Pretty damn good.
Like, really strong.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very impressed. This is fantastic. Very inspiring. I love frogs so much. And then combined with the Kermit and combined with the whole atmosphere. Yeah. Very, very, very cool.
It's the Grung's way of life.
Yeah. The Grung way.
It's how I imagined like such a low class society would try to communicate with each other.
What, with work permits?
Yeah, with like shitty fucking like this was from me. Here you go.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I'd imagine their society to work, but
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything that they'd like to say about Grommet's bit?
I just like the idea that you fleshed out the whole hierarchy and made like a little story of just fleshing that out on its own. It was good.
Yes.
Can I offer an illustration?
Did you just do that?
Just now.
He looks like pudding.
Isn't he pudding?
He's
awesome.
He's basically pudding, yes. Yes, so your golden grung calls himself the Lord of the Sun.
Yeah.
Can he see shades? Like, can he tell if things like are lighter or darker at least?
Yes, so I imagine like he
Yeah.
has hues of gray.
Mm-hmm.
But the things that you saw
I
down
think so.
below were like sharp, high resolution color.
It's like when you see those colorblind people put on the glasses for the first time. What?
It's a whole new world.
Logan Paul crying.
And this is what you see like everywhere?
Yeah. All the time. Oh,
Well, it's 11:30. Are we good to keep going?
yeah. I'm gonna go. Everyone's story.
Let's finish.
Still have another beer.
I still got 10.
Connor, I'd like to hear your feedback from this.
I really liked it. I don't know. I mean, all the grunts kind of sound the same. But that's fine.
I can't do Kermit, man. It's one voice I can't do.
Yeah.
But surely you can put some variation in the voice instead of just.
It isn't the
I heard
grung.
variation. I heard
There's
her trying
some.
it.
You guys don't like my
Alright.
grung voice?
It's good, but it can't be every grung. That's the point.
It's not. There's one Kermit.
Yeah.
Not enough. Not enough.
You are part of the lower hierarchy. You must be exiled.
Fuck them frogs over there. Don't trust them new frogs over there.
There can only be one.
And then you
There
got
can only
the
be one Kermit.
small interaction about the other species that is among you.
Yep, the rats. Steve. I didn't know you were actually going to call them Steve.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, just take it. They are what they are.
Yeah, they're bigger than normal rats. They're like big human rats.
Yeah, they're Skaven.
So they're not like they're not giant rats. They're ratlings. They're real sized, like human sized rats.
So what you're saying is they might be rats of an unusual size.
Mm-hmm.
ROUSs.
ROUS?
It could be.
I imagine either Kelly is like knocked out or unavailable to do her section tonight.
Probably.
Definitely unavailable.
Oh.
Well,
I can only hear about 35% of what everybody is saying.
oh.
You're gonna have to do the playback, because. But thanks for being here. She probably didn't hear that. So that means.
Probably not most of it.
So that means.
The kobolds reminded me a lot of the. It was very like Gungan adjacent.
Jeez.
It was what?
Gungan adjacent. Like Jar Jar Binks.
Oh.
If Jar Jar Binks had a knife.
Misa grown wanna
Even
stab
that.
it.
Yeah.
Was his name also Riptide?
You wish.
Yeah. Riptide.
You wish Riptide was making a comeback. I'm Riptide.
No, unfortunately.
Like even the
stuck
rivet
tight.
noises.
We've had enough of Riptide.
Like even the rivet noises reminded me of the leader of the Gungans. Do you remember what sound he would make whenever he would make a decision?
He just like shake his head.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did not intentionally put those two together.
Okay, so who's next?
If Kelly is unable to go, it is Evan, aka Ron.
Wait.
I'm going to use the washroom because my bladder is weak.
I need to pee too.
Yeah, if everybody needs
Well,
just
then
like...
we'll sit here in metagame.
Yeah.
You literally know nothing, but it's metagaming. But anyways, is campaign 2 living up to some of the hype you'd imagined?
It's the best campaign you've DM'd before me so far.
Shut up. Fucking unbelievable. Ugh. Ron, damn it.
Ron, can I just take this moment to say I appreciate you?
Sure.
I appreciate you, man. So I heard I was able to walk outside for Sir Nicholas and get some decent signal. But there were bugs and had to come back inside. So I heard that him discover that he's Slime Boy now. He's blue and heckin' cold. He had a bunch of coats stuffed into him. he wasn't supposed to come out, but he did. He got in big trouble. He got his homies in big trouble, and his homies tried to get him. I thought he was being shot out of a cannon, but then it sounded like he was shoved into a carriage.
Yes, no, it was a carriage. Basically, a Tesla. I got shoved in a self-driving Tesla.
Love that. Love that. And is that where yours ended? Where you're in a self-driving Tesla headed down the mountain towards town?
Yep.
Love that.
And
Love
it pulled
that.
over. It pulled over on the side of the road, and I heard a gunshot.
Oh shit. you drove down the bad side of the mountain. The wrong side.
Oh no, it dropped me off in Detroit.
Get back in the car. Roll the windows up.
Lock the doors.
Lock the doors. And then for our poor little cobalt grommet, it sounded like he was in some sort of hearing because he did or didn't get a work order, and then they tried to send him away, but he wouldn't leave because they wouldn't give him a work order. Why are you still here? You still didn't give me a work order.
Yeah.
Malicious compliance.
And there was something about a riddle and branches and water. What the fuck was going on with that?
I fucked that
Right
up.
with that leaf.
Hearing.
Water which isn't wet and something.
No, what is wet without water? What has trees without leaves? And I fucked up the last part.
Well, you see, I think it's supposed to be what has
It was
water
something
without
about-
being wet.
Something about dirt and rocks.
Sand
Sand?
and beaches.
Cutting it.
Beaches and sand.
Fucked it up. What has
What
beaches
has
without
beaches without
sand?
sand?
There you go. What has beaches without sand? That's how it goes. I almost had
You
it.
should have consulted me first.
Nope. I commit all to just... I'm literally not running one story
ahead.
here. It's going to be hard.
Well, fuck it. Kelly, you ready to go?
No, my signal still blows, my dude.
Yeah, we're going to do Ron next.
Okay.
I'm currently standing on my bed with my phone up in the air,
Rough.
Lion King mode, to try to get some better signal.
The thing is your child?
Pennsylvania.
What did I have for this part?
Oh, great. Spelljammers for pre-order.
Yeah, I have to buy that book. I never did much spell jamming in 3rd edition, and I feel like I lost out.
60 new creatures. Astral elves. Cosmic. I don't know if I want to pre-order it or I just want to wait for all the playable characters.
The furthest my group got in 3 and 3rd edition was Monster Manual 2, and then we just pretty much dissolved as playing. You know how that goes.
Sorry. I know exactly how that go.
All right.
I had a friend, get this, he took the books when we first he got all 3 books, like the 3 main core books, And he's like, just point out, he's like, guys, do what you need to. If you need to write notes in the books, I don't care. And he's like, no, I don't think you guys understand. I don't care about these books. These are for us, for you. If you need to do anything with it, watch. And he just takes a knife and puts like a hole through the first two and partway through the third one. Like,
Jesus.
okay, that makes no sense, guy, but okay.
Why would you do that?
We're all exactly. We're all thinking the exact same thing. It makes no sense.
No
Well,
need
when
to
else was he
damage.
going to use the knife?
You know, that might be the case. I've never seen him use it again.
That's my favorite knife.
Yeah.
Upgrade those books.
Upgrade these books, man. Well, I've got a slew of NPC characters, so Ron, you ready?
I am ready, sir.
You understand the rules of the game?
Hopefully enough to win it.
Perfect. Well, we all enjoy the prize. So Evan Dustbinder is a young man from Brigsenberg, a city of adventure, advancing in search of new advanced technology. Him and his family live in a little bordered home, just nothing fancy. He wakes up just as he usually does, just in his little singular-sized bed, just made for him, with a pillow that's never quite soft enough to get him to sleep right away. But the thing that wakes you up every morning is a slight tinking sound on your front window, just outside of your small little quartered room. You hear a little tink, and a tink again, and a tink once more before your eyes want to open wide. You can see that there's not even the piercing bit of the sunlight that could come through the window yet, as the morning sun is just grazing the edges of the earth. The little tink happens again.
Man, okay. Please stop. Please. Okay. I get
Tink,
up.
tink.
It's like you got me up. You stop.
Tink.
Stop. I'm up. What?
Tink.
I got to look out the window.
You see that there's a man down on the ground floor, just outside of your house. He's got like this little section of this little rubbled cubes of rock. As he takes one and he keeps throwing it up at your window. You know this man. And this man is your only real friend in this whole town. And you know him as Scooter.
Scooter. I'm up. I'm up. Here, give me a couple minutes. I'll be down in a little bit.
You hear another tink,
Hold up.
tink, tink.
I open the window.
You get a rock in the face, just a little one. Tink. Sorry. Oh, man, I'm sorry, man.
Scooter, please, enough of the rocks in the morning. This is a routine that I don't favor.
It's going to be a good day, buddy. It's going to be a good day. You got to think good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Give me 10 minutes. I'll be down.
All right, I'm just going to finish my Sammy.
And then I close the window.
You hear the tink start again? Tink.
I proceed to get dressed.
As the tinking begins to stop, as you imagine he's eating his sandwich.
Good. God, that's so annoying. Please, just one day. Just stop. That's all I ask. Okay. And then I get dressed.
Yeah, you get.
And proceed to head downstairs.
I imagine you grab all of your like regular day's equipment that you would have for your for what you would imagine you'd need throughout the day.
And some stuff that I hope I don't need, but just in case.
Of course, you pack all of your pockets, you get fully dressed, and you stand in front of a mirror, and you look at yourself, and describe to me what Evan Dustbinder looks like.
Rather thin individual. Pretty much looks like he could topple over rather easily. For the most part, pretty bland looking face. Easily blends in with the crowd. Nothing too fancy, not too handsome in a sense to where people would think it one way or another. Not too ugly to where he stands out, but likes to blend in. If he didn't always wear like a welder shield most of the time. But black hair, maybe just a little dirty, messed up because who cares about appearance in this day and age? And get dressed, put on medium armor because that's the studded leather. Takes a little bit to do it myself. The actual equipment that I wear though is all custom made. Has like a gauge that's on the back that resembles to, I don't know if you've ever seen the video game Dead Space, the gauge that tells you how much life you have. Essentially, that's how much energy I have stored in my little gadget like device that has a couple wires that feeds down to some custom gloves. Almost looks like power gaming gloves that has like a little gauge on the side. And I grab a little snack on the way out, hopefully without being seen.
It actually would be hard not to be seen as you
Damn it.
go out, and the snack that you would find is the smell from the kitchen in your house that's already beginning to cook. You go downstairs and you try to act quietly, but you understand that your father is already up. You understand that he works down in the mine. He is up early just like you always are, as he slats together these over easy eggs with a slice of toast on the side, and he doesn't just serve it for himself because he knows that he's heard the tinking, and he made enough for you as well. Your father is the spitting image of you if he wasn't more of rough and calloused hands, if he didn't have more of a scruff and it was a bit more dirty. You see that he hasn't seen sunlight as much as you have. He's a bit more pale, even paler than you. Where you would blend into a crowd, as you said before, he would stand out, and you'd imagine it would be in the way of being more of the working class and dirty kind.
Good morning, Father. I appreciate. Looks like you already prepared breakfast. This smells great as usual. Thank you.
Well,
I
you're gonna
Scooter's
need
gonna have
it.
to wait.
That boy outside, he's waiting to do whatever you kids do.
Trying to earn a few coin on my own, but besides the point. You're looking rather well. That's good to see. As I begin to try and quickly scarf down my food so table talk doesn't last as long as it needs to.
I haven't been home enough time to get rid of the scruff. Your mother's not a big fan of it, but I'm kind of growing rather fond of it. He kind of itches the side of his face.
It suits you. To be honest, I think we could go a little bit longer.
And then maybe tidy it up and get something fancy. Maybe she'll approve.
I don't know how long I've ever known you to get fancy.
Maybe you're right. But I'll try to keep all the crumbs out of it. At least for my own sake.
That's about as fancy as I'd expect.
As you both just have this coarse words of simple things back and forth. You guys finish both of your food. He goes to take your plate so that you can almost be dismissed quicker than him. Just, that boy's ready. He's always here and he's always excited to see you, so I wish somebody would just really help out that boy one day.
Right, exactly. Yes. I'm on the same page, Father. Unfortunately, He's currently, I guess, I wouldn't call him a burden. He's probably the best friend I have, but still, he is a bit annoying at times.
You hear a door upstairs fly open. Would you two shut the hell up? As you can tell that it's your sister waking up from you and your father talking too much. You hear another door fly open of your other sister. You two need to keep it down in the morning. Just shut up.
And that's my cue. You have a great day, Father.
Your father looks a bit more in disdain as you see that he picks up a little hand mirror and just kind of like looks over his beard once again. Yes, yes. I'll be headed out soon too.
I don't even address them as much as possible. And I just, with like whatever's left on my plate, make sure it's given to him and give him a head nod as I proceed out the door to go meet Scooter
Of course.
again for the day.
You head outside and the sun is just peaking, where like the hue of the horizon is just this orange and yellow. And it's amazing that you can see as far apart of each way of the land as possible. Where you're here in this city that has the walls that just creep up enough, but the fort hills beyond them are just such a sight to see that you know that you are on the most eastern side of the world. And out to the west is everything else. You know that Munderick, Vox Hollow, Ripvale is all out there. And to the north of where you are the mountain sides that lead up to Fredegar. A place that you loved going to only one time when you were younger. And it helped develop your engineering mind and your thoughtful process to understand and want to get developed in this lifestyle. Scooter races up to you, and you can see that this is like a little human, like little in stature, with this big bulking backpack with almost spilling amounts of tiny electronics and hardware and gear just spilling out the lid of his backpack. And he's got these huge goggles on as well, just strapped to his head, where you'd imagine that if he moved them for a second, his skin would be a different color.
Yep. Been there.
Hey Evan, how was your sleep?
Not uninterrupted.
Oh, you know, we got big days ahead of us, and I'm glad to be here with you. As he gives you like a little punch in the arm.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Let's go. So you seem rather eager. Find something good.
Not really. We do have a bit of work to do around the town. There's been a little shortage from last time, but it's nothing we can't fix, right?
Yeah. Actually, I've been meaning to try and test a couple new ideas of my own, and we'll get to that later. But just remind me before we get started.
You've known that Scooter for a while has been pushing the limits of like what he's even capable of and getting into very dangerous territory, where he's doing something called boosting for regular citizens.
Boosting.
Boosting
And
is essentially tapping off the grid to try to give like people outsourced power within their home for their own needs, and it is wildly dangerous.
Do we have competition?
Absolutely not. Like going off of the grid's main source, if things go wrong, it blows the whole grid. Like for your whole town.
Well, we're going to ensure our best that doesn't happen, and tapped into some really untapped market potential.
It makes good money.
Is it like a workshop we go to or something, I'm assuming?
Well, the workshop's here, as he pats behind him. It's anywhere you want.
Ah. Okay.
Give me a history check, Ron.
Okay. That would be, let's see, 12 plus
Specifically
6.
on Scooter.
So 18.
You know that Scooter's parents left to go to the new society. There's a new civilization, or there's a new construct being built north of Mundrick, and it's being promised to be this like large haven for a new structure to be made, and both of Scooter's parents left. Scooter doesn't seem to have a family that's here. For as
Do I
much
know
as
if he's got like a home?
for as much as you dislike Scooter coming to your door every morning, you sometimes aren't sure if Scooter has a home.
Okay. Well, that's actually quite good to know. I do believe we need to go into a secluded area actually before we try this anything. Getting caught is probably 50% of the risk. I don't know. Calculations could be off on that one. Either way, we don't want to get caught, nor do we want to blow up doing this. Be careful.
No, certainly not. And you can see that he reaches into the bag and he starts spilling out these little pieces that he's created, specifically made to try to help with problems and try to keep things in line. You can see that your civilization here is able to build and manufacture like electrical like items and like spinning blades and wheels and like electrical units and light switches and stuff like that. You guys are relatively advanced, but I'm going to send you something, and it's going to be the basic schematics of what things can be and how much they cost to make them out on the go. Because you have smithing tools and you're proficient in it, you'll make a roll every time that you want to try to make these things. And you are able to build things. And he has a bunch of these little capacitors and switch relays and switches and cooling systems and power in and power outs. And he has all of these stabilizers and regulators.
Okay.
And it says like some of them have half a pound of metal and like 1 copper to make it. Some of them take gold and some of them take 3 pounds of metal and silver, stuff like that. There's components to making these electrical schematics.
And I can harvest this from his findings or whatever.
He has a few of them, but what I'm saying is if something costs 12 copper, even you could make it.
Okay.
So
Well,
he has a bunch of these things that you're talking about. He's just like, we've been at this for a while, man. It's coming along okay.
check this out, Scooter. I've come up with a brand new idea.
Oh, I love a new idea.
So this is, and I just pull out, looks like it almost looks like a battery that would be like from a video game, like, I don't know, some space age battery that's kind of glowy. And it's got like a bluish, whitish glow to it. It's an arcane. Okay. Now this is a physics replication core. Check this out. And I just pull out my light crossbow, hold it on the top, and then my suit actually harnesses energy from arcane energy or whatever, my body energy.
Yeah.
And creates a strip of arcane infused tape. Looks like duct tape. And essentially I just end up duct taping this core onto the it looks like
onto the
a
crossbow?
core duct tape onto the crossbow. You didn't see me load the crossbow, did you?
No.
Well, oh, it worked! So good God, it worked!
Whoa!
And I just fired the crossbow.
Man, that's
at the ground.
awesome.
That was actually the first time I fired it. Congratulations. You were witness to a successful first go at it.
He just gives you like the gesture of just like mind blown.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's once again find some place a little secluded. As
Actually,
We're gonna give it a shot.
I really want to go to the mine. You know my morning thing. We can watch it from afar, but I really love going and like looking in the mine right when they start up the rig.
Okay. Actually, that's actually rather entertaining. I agree.
You can hear
Let's
the
go.
front door of your house open and close as your father wishes goodbyes to the people that are within your home. And as you guys are kind of like around the side of the house, you can see him with a bag and his like gear for his day as he walks through the center of town as the sun begins to rise and more of like the light begins to emit on all of like the buildings.
Just staring around. You know, you never get tired of the smell in the air. Just work being done. Efficiency in its best. Did you ever think that maybe other people don't have it as good as us? And that might be the
Honestly,
reason.
I really don't. And he grabs your hand and he runs into the center of town.
Okay. And I just go along.
So there's a
Kinda
few
just-
of these like shops that are right in the center of town where the roads from the general housing lead up and into town. There's a couple of there's a tavern and there's a couple of these small shops in the center. As you guys like put yourself against the shops that aren't quite open yet and you guys look across like the corner side of these stores, you can see that there's this large machine shop where they're like crafting these things, but you can see that there's this tunnel that they've built and they've dug into the ground, like this huge hole that they've dug into the ground. And just as many of the people from the town, all kinds of people, there's elves, there's dwarves, there's half elves, there's half orcs, there's everything you could name, but specifically you see something very different. Something that strikes you amongst the many is you see a foxling. These are very hard to come by, but you see one of them going towards the mine. A foxling is a large red or brown or white fox that stands on two legs and is humanoid. It is a new species I have created in the game.
What is that?
Oh my god! I never thought I'd see one, but he must be desperate if he's going to work in the mine. They come from the forest, from the south.
No. Really?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that people like go to find them and they like walk past a tree and they're never to be seen again.
I pull out like a cylinder device that looks almost like a spyglass and realize that it's broken into pieces and completely unusable. Just scrap at this point. Okay. Well, I can't get a better look at it. Do you have anything?
No, I just want to watch the rig. And just as he finishes the word rig, you hear this tremendous engine begin to like prime up. That inside the mechanic shop, there is a like short dwarf with a huge beard and a metal canistered helmet with this big armor on himself. As you can see that he's got like these tiny little picks and hammers and these like drill machines that are hand operated like all along his belt side, but you can see that he's got like this bronze armor with this bronze helmet and stuff like that with these other goggles that you can imagine Scooter likes to replicate to look like him, but they are strapped to his head. As you can see that he is above on top of this giant machine that has this big spiral on the front of it, like a gigantic drill to go through the earth that has like these big tracked wheels along of it. You can see him standing on top of it with a dome cracked open as you see that he pulls out of his pocket a shining gem, which you would know as Corium, as he jams it into a part of the machine that is sectored for it, and this engine just revs up and begins to have power.
we need to get our hands on some of that one day.
I would love even a shard of that. I'd probably give a foot just for a shard of it.
Yeah, we could totally make you a new foot,
If I had that, I could build a better foot.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you could get rid of a foot too, and then we'd have two of them.
Let's try something. See if we can get a little closer look. I've been my plan 2 of 4. Let's see if this is a success for the day.
Okay.
And then so I have like a wrapped up hand that's like tightly wrapped up with that duct tape,
Okay.
and I rip it off and realize how much it hurts ripping all the hairs off my hand. Okay. And when you look at it, there's like a circle, and in the center of the circle, there's like wings that are like spread eagle coming out, just like wings, and it's a tattoo. And this is my spell rot tattoo, Artificer Infusion for the day. And I was like, okay, so now if my calculations are correct and everything is right, this should get us a tiny owl, and it might be able to get us a closer view. And I just press it, and then like you see a spark of electricity come from my hand.
Okay.
And then right in front of me, maybe about 20 feet out, stands a cat. Like, what? What the hell?
You said an
What is-
owl,
what is-
man. You said an owl.
Yeah. What's? And then it kind of like sits at me, and I was like, "What's on its back? I can't." And then all of a sudden, like the little cat unfurls some wings. Like, okay, that's.
What do you want to
Have you
call
ever
it?
seen one of those?
That's your thing, man. What do you want to call it? This is exciting.
You know, I haven't got that far yet. We'll come up with that idea. We'll come up with that idea later.
Owl cat.
Owl cat. That's not an owl at all.
Nope.
But okay,
It's not. No, it's really not.
Cowl. No, it's a work in progress, like most of my plans. Either way,
Oat.
I'm gonna try and here, Scooter, do me the biggest of favors and
Yeah,
make
man,
sure
what's
that
up?
I don't fall on my ass as I test something.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going to close my eyes
Mhm.
and then open my eyes in the try some.
In the cat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna use it to try and do a little fly by and get a closer look. See if I can see anything about that corium, because good God, my mouth is watering for it.
You try to bring this thing closer to it, but you can tell that the dwarven man is like seated in the seat of this thing, as it has like this big glass dome before him. You begin to fly in a little bit closer to the machine shop, and you can see that many of the people in the town that work in the mine are starting to gather there. A lot of them are grabbing off of the shelf, either like these picks or something like that. But some of them even have these hand drills where they take smaller chunks of corium, like these almost shard-like pieces, and are able to jam it into these sectors. And you can see almost like a hand drill begins to start moving. They test them. They're like making sure that they all work. But the thing that's working the most is the big unit. As it begins to drum up, you can see that there's like gears underneath that are like cogging together and working. And you can see that the drill begins to spiral, and he checks that the machine goes forward and backwards and side to side. And then he puts the drill into like overdrive, and you can see that it spins faster and it spins backwards. It can spin either way. As the large man just like stands up and sees this cat with wings coming towards him. She's like, "Get off! Get off! Come on!"
And then I just kind of snap my fingers and it disappears, and I go back to myself.
You can even hear this man from like across the way. Just like, "We all work together and go into the mine to go for more of the treasured and beloved Corium," as he holds up this little shard. And he goes, "Anybody today who finds even a shard of this gets paid 150 gold cash that day. Now.
Scooter, that's a ripoff. You realize that, right? That man is making so much money off of that stuff.
Oh,
If
probably.
he gives that up.
Look at that thing.
But
And he points to the machine that's running.
yeah, how much do you think it costs to make that?
I don't know, but all I know is he keeps everything else that isn't that stuff.
Well,
All
that's
the
unfortunate.
copper, all the gold, all the silver, all the iron, all the clay, everything. Everything. He says it all goes back into development for the town. But like, I don't see gold chandeliers hanging from everywhere, do you?
No, I just see people with a lot of money and no progress. That's something hopefully we can do about one day. And that is where, if we survive, boosting might work.
He quickly like goes to you, even though that you're whispering. It's just like, shh, just, I know that we do this, but like, shh about the boosting. You know that the man, the drill operator, his name is a chest flaskhorn.
A chest flaskhorn?
A chest flaskhorn. Yeah.
What an unfortunate name.
Why is that?
He almost deserves it.
That's the owner of the big machine?
Yes.
Okay.
As you see, before he does the dome down on the machine, he screams out, "March the mines, dig the earth for beautiful lives ahead." As he closes the dome and he turns the machine and it heads towards the hole in the ground. As many of the people grab what they need and begin to march towards the hole behind the machine.
He has them all brainwashed.
You see that your father is in line there.
Yep. I tried telling him that. And once again, part of the reason why we have arguments occasionally. But what can I do? I am not mining. I will not be one of those. No.
As
Nope.
as the sun begins to rise, you can feel the sun really like touch against your skin, or as much as skin as you're showing with all of your armor. You can tell that the day is beginning to progress. There's quite a few places around here. There's the Manor's Mansion. There's to the north, like I said, it goes off into the mountains. There's a place that has preparations for those who wish to go do like exploring the mountains. Somebody who can provide winter clothing and stuff like that. There's obviously the machine shop. There's a statue in the center of town that's been a little bit broken, and sometimes it's interesting to just go look at every now and then. There's a weapons and infusion shop. There's a smith and crafters building as well. There's a jewelry center. There's a tavern, and then there's a whole strip when the east side comes into, like the east side of town comes in. There's a bunch of small vendors who you already know sell really, really cheap, like apparel jewelry for a lot of money. Almost like selling like zinc earrings as diamonds.
Yep. Fools.
And they try to get people who come into town first.
Well, consider I only have 20 coin in my pocket. There's not really much shopping that I'm wanting to do right now. Scooter, how about you?
Well, not really. I had my Sammy, so I'm feeling good for the day.
Well, let's go check out the statue and find some inspiration for the day and see where it leads us.
Sure, I don't really even know what to think about that guy in the statue, to be honest. He doesn't really represent anything that goes on around here, but, okay. Your daily start is you go to the center of town, you find this statue, and it's kind of crumbling apart a little bit, but you see that there's the one tier of concrete that's been built, or stone that's been slatted there, and then the statue is created on top of that. It seems to be like an elven man with a hood up, and it seems more interesting that there's this long stringed crossbow on his back, but he has one pistol in the hand that's pointing downwards and another pistol in his left holster, but his arm is stretched out to the side here with what seems to be like carved into the stone is a long tailored glove. And there seems to be perched with two clawed hands is an eagle.
Man, I wonder who you'd have to be in order for people to make a statue out of you. What do you think he did? Does anyone is this like an unknown statue, or does people know why there's a statue of this guy here?
People don't really make much recourse about why the statue's there. It seems to have been here as long as anybody can remember. There's no markings, there's no names, there's no nothing. It's kind of crumbling a little bit. It's just a thing that people know has been there. And Scooter kind of scratches in his ear and goes, "You feeling inspired, buddy?"
Oh, I wish. Well,
It's kind of
guess,
it's kind of weird. Why would somebody with a bird be like, here?
that's a good question. That is a good question.
You're right. Why would they make what does it make? Like, even that guy, a chest doesn't have a statue of him, but I bet you if he did, it'd be made out of solid gold.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So, how tall is the statue?
15 feet? It's got like the standing part first, like the big slat, and then it's the statue. Sorry?
The pedestal?
Pedestal beforehand.
Okay. Well, so I think we should get started. Let's make some money somehow, Scooter.
We go rip off the people that sell the cheap wares.
Yeah, we could give that a shot. Just be careful this time. There's little close calls and
Honestly, I really like the guys at the weapon shop. The weapons and infusions, those guys are awesome. They're just good to hang out with all day.
yeah, but they have a lot of pricey items that you and I both drool over, but we never actually seem to purchase more than just the menial odds and ends.
Yeah, but they're cool to just like hang out with. We have some work to do in one of the houses down at one of the units in like an hour.
All right, well, let's go say hello. You're so eager.
Well, there's lots of places to go, man.
All right, well, I mean, okay, well, realistically, I just look at him as like, I would like our day to be productive, so let's try and rip off some vendors and see if we can make some coin from them.
Sure.
I mean, they're deserving of losing a few coin. I mean, they make them what I would say 5,000% of what they. Yeah, inflation. It's horrible.
Sometimes they just try to rip those people off that come right through the door.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you want to distract them while I try and take goods this time?
Yeah, they're not gonna have any eye bites, so that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be easy.
Hey. And then I resummon the Trisome.
Okay.
I wonder I wonder if we can use this cat. I mean, it's a lot less risk.
So
what is the?
So the thing that he
what is-
mentioned was the eye bite.
Yeah, what is an eye bite? Will my character know what an eye bite is?
You would absolutely know what an eye bite is. An eye bite is a mythical creature that can be purchased. It is almost like a bat, but its body is almost like a full eyeball. It has 2 bat-like wings, and it gets fed and purchased with like these cracker type, like it's almost like a corn niblet, but it's crushed like as if you were crushing a cracker. The eye bite is really important to sellers and vendors who own anything that is worth a shit. The eye bite so the idea behind the eye bite is that vendors who have things that are worth something, they hang the cracker on it. And the eye bite can see all magical things and invisible creatures. If something moves the cracker, the eye bite goes nuts. So the eye bite knows when the item is being moved without being purchased. Only vendors who have something worth a damn to sell go and buy one of these eye bites.
Okay, well that's a pretty nifty little alarm. A little awkward to use an animal for it when you could substitute it with a numerous number of mechanical items. But either way, I digress.
The eye bite is a natural thing that that comes from the hills that lead away from Vox Hollow. So it's a far way away to get one of these things.
Exactly. I think it's more of a prestige item. That's what it counts as to me.
Yeah, a few people got them. They're kind of cool to look at, but like you don't want to look at them too long. They're kind of weird, but they're kind of cool.
Yeah. Let's avoid setting one of those off if we find any of them while they're there.
Yeah, they know when people are stealing. It's a whole life's purpose, pretty much. Poor little suckers.
Okay, well, let's just make sure that we take from people that deserve it and are also, well, a little bit easier to take care of.
So you begin to stroll down the street and you go towards like the exit of town, which has all these like little huts as people are still setting up, but some people have been there since the morning, just waiting for anybody to come through the doors of Briggs and Berg. But you can see instantly once somebody like you catch the eye attention of somebody, they're like, hey, you interested in some jewelry? You got a woman you're trying to impress? Come on, you want a big heart-shaped necklace? She'd love a heart-shaped necklace. How about some earrings to match, buddy? Earrings to match. There's a couple of vendors out there who just deal more in clothing. There's some who deal in like rings that are made of silver and stuff like that.
I'm looking for someone that has some really horrible jewelry that is being sold as something that's obviously not what it is.
Definitely that guy.
That guy.
Yeah, there's definitely this half-elf man, and he's trying to sell like this really shitty romantic jewelry.
Before I kind of approach the stall,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just hold my fingers to my head like this for a moment, and like you see like a little spark zap as I cast guidance on myself.
Scooter's just like, hey, buddy, it's all gonna be okay. Like, you got... These guys are
Don't worry,
suckers.
Scooter.
They're suckers, man. These guys are suckers.
Right.
So what exactly are we looking for? We're just trying to get a better deal, right? We're trying to undercut them?
As best as possible, or if they have any easily grabbable coin, it's better to grab it from the source. Of course, I only say that because these people are scumbags. You realize that?
Some of them really are, man.
Those are the ones we want to try and alleviate some of their funds.
Then definitely that guy. As you see, like, there's a woman walking in the street, he goes, hey, sweetheart, you look real good with this heart-shaped necklace, you know? Come on, you'd impress any man with this. Come on. Nah, forget you. You're scum anyways. This necklace is better than you. It's better than you.
Okay, so I would approach the stall and I would see what he was actually selling
Ah, hey,
and
gentlemen.
how like my kind of semi-professional opinion of how horribly overpriced it is, and just to see what he's doing there.
You can see a lot of these like crystals have just been made in like a really shitty kind of a fashion where it's very much a lot of this like very clear crystal that isn't worth very much, dyed with hue to make it look like a ruby or an emerald or a topaz, to give it like this hue to look like something, but it's clearly not. Where you grab it and it doesn't hold like stone weight, it's just kind of the shape of something and it's hollow. And he goes, "Hey, you got a girl you're trying to impress?"
Yeah, I do.
"That's awesome. Listen, I could strike you a good deal. Those guys in town, the Hers and Hers Jewelry, you don't want to go to them. They charge you top dollar. I do some running around. I'll get you a good deal. What is she like?" As you see that he has like this heart-shaped necklace combo, and then he has a couple of these crystal roses as well that are just like slitted into like a small section. And you can see that he has a couple of like silver necklaces and silver rings.
So I'm trying to find out where he keeps his coin, because realistically, I know that if I try and swipe any of this trash from his stall, it's not like it's gonna be worth anything, so that's pointless.
Right. You can see that he's got like a little bag attached to his hip where he like kind of like holds his hands. But you can see that he has like a couple of bags that also like hang from up above in his little tent here, which you can imagine to be like the things that help color the hues of his crystals on his downtime, like a powder.
Okay. So I then wish to cause a distraction with my cat by having it leap on him, essentially, and I'm going to try and grab the coin purse from
Oh,
his pocket.
whoa, cat. Give me a... What kind of roll are you aiming to make here?
Sleight of hand.
Okay, make a sleight of hand, and he will do a general perception. Need a +3 for being a vendor.
I rolled a 22.
That will definitely do it. As he rolled a 8 total, you see that your cat jumps up on him and she's like, "Hey, watch the wares, watch the wares." He grabs this thing that's like sprouting wings out to the side, and he's just like, "God, the things that come out of the mine sometimes just even freak me out." As he turns to the side to go like throw this thing behind his shop, you're able to just like quickly take like a little like set of scissors or like a knife or something and slit.
Oh, my gloves have all kinds of devices on it. It's somewhere I keep all my tools.
Oh, just right on hand. You're able to just slice off this little pack of money and like keep it away really quickly. As you see that Scooter made his own sleight of hand check, takes some of the crystals, scoops it into a bag, ties it up, and then ties it back onto his belt loop.
I mean, that's obvious. Oh, way to go. Thinking in my head. I don't say it out loud. It's like, that's obvious. Just way to go, Scooter.
And then
Way to go.
you guys kind of...
I don't say that out loud, but...
He kind of just like steps back and they're just like... You guys are just back there and he's just like, "Man, some of the things that come out
I'm
of
already walking away.
Oh, another customer. Come on. You guys are losers. You'll never get a girlfriend. You guys are going to be single forever."
I try and leave the premises because I cannot stand the fact that Scooter just did that.
Why not?
No, I'm just telling myself, he's like, because I don't trust this guy. Like, I trust myself, but I'm an extremely paranoid individual.
You don't trust Scooter?
No, I don't trust Scooter's ability. He's got good intentions, but he may not be able to get
Like,
away
oh,
with...
what an amateur move.
Right, exactly. Like, Scooter, you realize those crystals are probably worth pence. Like, just
I think you misinterpreted what I said. He scooped a small bag of the crystals and then tied it back to the gentleman's belt.
Okay. Well, that was actually a lot quicker than I thought that he scooped crystals.
No.
And then like also took crystals.
No.
I'm like,
No, he scooped crystals into a bag that looked like the one you took
Okay.
and replaced it back on his belt loop.
Okay, yeah. Apparently, I just misunderstood that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, that's a little bit better off. It's like, let's get out of here. Yeah, and I just continue on. It's like, okay, so this is enough coin to get us. And then now that we have a little bit more coin, let's find, let's go to those shopkeep, the artificer infusers.
You find yourself with 12 more gold pieces and 8 more silver pieces.
Okay. Damn, that's actually a large haul. That's awesome. Fucking scumbags.
Oh, did the cat disappear when he chucked it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like, as soon as it got like 5 feet away from it, just into smoke.
And he's definitely just like shaking his head, just like, the thing's coming out of the mine, man. The thing's coming out of the mine.
You said 12 gold, 8 silver?
Yes. And again,
Thanks.
I'm going to run off to the bathroom, and then we're going to go to the weapons and infusion shop.
All right.
All right.
Aw, yeah.
What do you think so far, Rob?
Weak bladder.
Uh,
Weak bladder, I say.
It's great. It's cool. Just theirs were a little bit more linear. I'm like offered choices, which will cause issues.
You have absolute choices. That's that's what's gonna be
Yeah.
the thing, is like it's gonna break a lot of the boundaries about just like the whole
No,
game.
it's not. It doesn't cause issues for me.
I'm not
It causes
worried.
issues for you.
I'm not too worried. You could have taken a heart rose though.
Oh man, I need to print some abyssal chickens.
Abyssal chickens.
Abyssal
Favorite
chicken.
fiend. My favorite fiend.
They're pretty good, though.
So what did I miss?
Abyssal chickens.
What did you say?
Abyssal chickens. Did he stutter?
No, I actually just didn't hear him. Oh my god, these are awesome. Okay. So the day is starting to get a little bit on as you guys come to the weapons shop. And it seems to be more weapons than it is armor. And by more weapons, I mean by a lot. And by less armor, I mean there is no armor. It is all weapons and all upgrades. All this place does is just manage upgrades with weapons. As you see behind the counter here, actually on top of the counter is this short rabbit-looking character with this red vest on. And you can see that he has an eye patch over his eye and a little scar on his face. As you can see that he has this sword and he's just like spiraling it in his hand here. And there's another person here who's like this really large, almost gargantuan human, but he's just like this, it's almost like this Hercules-like character who's on the other side. As you hear the two of them bickering as you guys go in. And they're just like, well, you know that I wrestled an alligator. That you didn't take that alligator down. I stabbed it through the head. No, I was wrestling it by the tail, and I had it. Then the rabbit folk is just like, you don't understand. He was already dead by the time you think you snapped him in half. As you can hear the two of them arguing.
Yeah, I can see why you think they're such a lively couple there, Scooter. But okay, let's see what they have.
You make your way in and you find that the walls are littered with all kinds of weapons, crossbows, handguns, blunderbusses, long rifles, ammunition, everything. Whatever you could imagine, just in basic weaponry, litters this place.
What do they have as far as hand pistols?
They have a couple of like pistols.
And how much do they go for?
I think a firearm pistol is quite a bit of money, but you'd have to go ask.
Okay, that's what I would be looking for. I would approach the counter,
And
see if I see any items that resemble what I'm looking for. It's like, I'm looking for something like that. So I'm trying to see how much of a dent that's going to put in my pocket.
as you see the rabbit folk like grabs one of the hand pistols and just like spirals the revolver, and he's just like, "You looking for something good like this?" And he points it up to the ceiling.
Potentially. What does it do? Besides fire, I know
Well,
that.
this
but
one, I shot an eagle right out of the sky that was terrorizing a village. As the other gentleman goes, no, that's not how it happened. I threw a javelin in him, and he fell down. No, you don't get it. I shot him out of the sky before your javelin hit him. As you can hear them both going back and forth about these legendary expeditions they went on, and who really was the victor.
I'm sure you're both right.
As they look at each other and they're both like, "No, he's wrong."
Right. Okay. Yes. The pistol. How much?
As he spins it around, he's just like, this is a good pistol. I like this pistol. I'd say 200 gold. He flicks it around in his hand.
Noted. So, that's probably your cheapest firearm, no doubt.
We got a couple in pieces.
Okay. Yeah. That's not going to help me, unfortunately. I don't know how to build that quite yet. Although I may over time. Either way. I appreciate that. And you know what? I have to admit, he's right. And I just point to one random one. I'm pretty confident. He sounds more confident in this story.
Who do you point to? The human or the rabbit?
The human.
Oh, the Hercules-like character? And he goes, "Look, I knew it. Jacelyn the Brute was right." And the other one goes, "No, Hing Zhang was right." And he holds the gun up into the air and just shoots it. And he goes, "I shot the eagle." And he shoots the gun, and this little hole goes right through the ceiling. Right out of the sky.
That was loaded the entire time.
Of course.
You were flagging me this whole time?
They all come loaded. And you could tell there's like dozens of guns. Who purchases a gun that's not loaded? And you see the other one talk up, and he's just like, one time I really needed a gun. You passed me one that wasn't loaded. And he was just like, "No, I used the last shot to kill that squid, and then I gave it to you to reload it."
Okay. Yeah, that I'm sure you did. Scooter.
Oh yeah, buddy.
I don't have any business more here. Let's go.
You really don't? Aren't these guys great? You could just sit down and listen to them all day. They got such good stories.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Something that you would enjoy quite heavily, I imagine. Here, guys, this is Scooter.
Oh, we know Scooter.
He loves your stories. Did you know that?
Of course.
He's wanting to hear one as I try and walk away without him.
Oh, Scooter would definitely know that you're like walking away. He's like glued to you.
Okay. Well, then I just gave it my best effort.
All right. Well, we'll see ya. But don't think that Jocelyn over there is just the right one, because Mr. Man and the big muscles and whatever.
He was only right about that one story. You were right about the other.
They look at each other and just like they both say at the same time, "I was right about the alligator."
I'll let you two sort that part out.
As you guys, I imagine, like, use your backs to push the door open to get out and just, like, get out of the building.
Making sure. No, actually, I would make sure to turn around because, you know, if I'm going to get shot, at least I don't know it's coming. Because that rabbit spinning that revolver, scary, now that I think about it. But we survived.
Scooter quickly grabs you by the shoulder and he's like, hey, we should go to that job.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, we should definitely go do that. As he grabs you and he begins to run, as you can see, like, the flap on his the pouch that's, like, over full, all of, like, the materials, like, jumping around as he tries to run through the streets.
Careful there's no any rips. You don't want to lose any of that. You spent time finding that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good idea. I should get like a bungee cord or strap it down.
Hold on, and I just duct tape it because I can.
Yep, you can. It's just like, oh man, you're the best. You got a lot of that, right?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't take mending, so I can't do that infinitely. That's only for my artifice of fusion. Sorry. Archon.
Okay.
I'm actually out. That was it.
Let's hope it lasts. And you guys have been to make your way down to the general housing. You find, like, there's a lot of these houses that are close together and just alleyways between them, and you know where your house is, but you're going to a different sector. Someone who has, like, a property that's, like, not attached on either side. And Scooter runs up to the door and pushes away, like, this little garden fence that leads on these little patio stones up to the door. As he knocks on the door quickly, he's like, listen, we're doing a boost job for this house. He said he wants more power. We're not supposed to ask why. We're just here to do the job, okay?
I mean, have I ever been known to pry? Shut up. I mean, sorry.
Someone opens the door just as you say that. It's just like, you can see, like, it's this plump man, just, like, with, like, a lot of the hair in the middle of his head missing, and he's just got that ring of hair that's left, and he goes, I didn't expect anything else off the street. I imagine you are the boosters.
Yeah. Yep. No. Why does people... It's... Yeah. Okay, let's get this done.
So, I'm just trying to get more light in the house. And I don't want to use lanterns anymore. I have these fixtures, but no power.
You have these fixtures, but no power. Well, that's something hopefully we can solve. There is a risk, though. And with risk comes...
Scooter puts his hand over your mouth and he's like, we're going to get it done, sir. No questions asked. Yep,
right.
No problem at all. It's going to be smooth. It's going to be smooth like the peanut butter on your sandwich in the morning, sir. No problem.
Okay. Let's go, Scooter. You're right.
You guys go around to the back side of the house there, and you can see, like, there's this panel that's built into the side of the house here, as Scooter has already rigged something to, like, start, and there's this small live wire that feeds off of it and leads out, like, beyond the gates and is hooked to the main lines that lead outwards back to Fredegar.
So, have I done this before? I don't know.
You know that he's like, he's like halfway there.
No, I'm asking, have I done this before?
You've been, like, his assistant before.
Doing boosting?
Yes.
Like, this is not my first time doing boosting.
No, it's not. I'll give you proficiency in it.
No, I mean, it's not that. It's just, I want to be the idea of whether or not I'd be familiar with something that's going on, or this is a surprise and I'm learning how the process works.
just dangerous shit on the fly.
Yeah.
No, you've definitely done a few of these with him for people in town, but you understand it's wildly dangerous to do it.
That's fine.
So
No risk, no reward.
Scooter takes the bag off of his back and slats it on the ground. He just undoes the tape that you did, and he's just like, well, I'm glad that you have more of this stuff, and flips it open.
Right. I just look at him.
And you can see that he starts like taking a couple of those pieces out and starts like handing them to you, the ones that I like showed the paper with.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that he's got like screwdrivers and wrenches and stuff like that. He's like, well, buddy, you ready to get to work?
No time like the present.
He goes,
Let's get this over with.
I almost forgot. As he reaches down to the bottom of the bag and you see like other stuff spills out of the bag as he pulls this out, is another set of goggles that he straps to his head and puts on top of his already goggles.
Is that beneficial?
It's got to zoom in. These ones are to magnify what I'm looking at. These are daylight. These are magnifying.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I gotta get an all-in-one package, man. I gotta get it. Only if this job came with benefits. As he cracks the screwdriver into the side of the box and just rips the part of the panel back.
Okay. There's a way to try and do this without. These things are designed not to be ripped open.
You see Scooter with the double glasses looks back at you. He's like, I designed them. He jams the thing in it again and reefs it back.
Okay. It's interesting process. Don't die.
You can see within the circuitry here is a lot of these switches and boards, and how he's only built like a couple of the contraptions that go into the mechanics of the live feed going into this box. Are you ready?
Yes. What do I need to do?
So you're going to roll with him your tools checks to ensure that you guys are placing parts in the right place and getting them secured right before even like trying to power the unit.
Okay. So what's the role? That would be smithing tools or tinker tools, probably?
Yeah, you can use a tinkering tool, and he'll do the same thing.
Okay. So then it would be my proficiency plus my dex mod?
Yep. I hope you do a lot better than he did, because he rolled a 3 on the dice.
Okay. I
Plus
rolled
6.
a 14 on the die plus 4.
That's pretty good. So you can see that he's like fiddling around trying to get like a regulator into a spot, and then you're just like handing him like another tool and being like, that's a capacitor, like something else is supposed to go there. And he's just like, oh, we almost had a blowout,
right?
man. We almost had a blowout.
You realize that's scary. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And realize the threat of if it did, what would occur.
You put some safety stuff in here and everything will be fine. As he switches some of the pieces in and like slats it in. Give me another tinkerer's check.
Oh boy, that's that one. Plus 4.
Oh no.
He got a 19. So you get the natural 1 as you are kind of like looking over and trying to like see into the box there with him as you step on the major cord that leads to the outside power source. As you step on it and it unhooks and sparks the live feed. Give me a dex saving roll. And you're going to get some like electrical. You're going to get electrocuted.
Okay. I get electrocuted.
What's your dex roll?
That's 5.
Okay, you take 7 points of lightning damage as you rip the the main line out of the socket and it shocks your foot.
Okay. I'm okay.
Buddy, you okay? God.
I will be fine. Just
That's not what getting electrocuted sound like. Will, what does getting electrocuted sound like?
Well,
dang.
God
It-
damn it!
It's like
It depends.
ah.
so,
It's
sometimes
not the
there's no
first
noise
time.
if there's no arc.
Exactly.
There is an arc. There's that little pop.
Yeah, I imagine there's like a little.
Will's an expert in getting electrocuted. So
I'm
this
not. I'm
surprise
still
me.
alive.
He knows that.
I'm still alive. It doesn't count as being electrocuted.
I'm going to actually hold my fingers to my temples and actually give myself a self-inflicted little minor shock of guidance,
Okay.
or if I have to make another roll.
He kind of looks at the live cord, kind of just going like on the floor, and he's just like,
I'm gonna fix that.
I'd hate to ask you, but can you put that back in? It's just like
Yeah. Just let me walk this little one off real quick. Okay, I'm fine. All right, and then I just carefully as possible fix my error.
Now, can you make a sleight of hand check?
All right. That's a 17 plus 4 plus a d4.
That's pretty good. You grab the wire with like these heavy duty gloves of
Plus
yours
1.
as you grab it from like pretty far away, and you needle it back into the box here as Scooter comes along with a little driver and does down these little clamps that keep it in place, and he's just like, see how this stuff hurts, man? It could have been worse.
Yep, I could have. Well,
Yeah.
then again, if it was too much worse, I probably wouldn't have felt it. I would have probably just been dead. Let's not think about that part.
Let's not, because like you could probably like blow the whole city out with this stuff. It's a lot of power. It's a lot of juice.
That would be some sight, though.
I don't want to be alive for that day. As he grabs like a couple of the last little bits with like switches and inductors, and he's gonna place those in. Give me one last tinkerer's roll.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself guidance again.
All right. Well, he got. I'm gonna see if you can beat him.
I got a 20 total.
Oh, he got a 21. He got a 17 plus 4. He got one higher than you. You two
I got a 14 plus 4 plus 2.
completely put this thing together and complete the unit that's got this like live feed that runs under like across the little the bridges and leads on and taps the line, and you put it all back together, and he puts the panel back on. There's this big lever on the side like a switch, and he goes, "You ready?" You know what?
As ready as I'll ever be.
I'll give you the honor as he steps away.
I'm like teeming with anticipation. And I just pull the lever.
You pull the lever down, and you hear this little zzz, this little hum for a quick second. As you guys go to the front entrance, there's this little lantern that had a bulb and a fixture in it, and it flickers on.
Well, job's done.
You guys go knock on the door here, and the big fellow comes to the door and goes, "Well, I honestly expected these lights to produce more light, but they're barely as good as the candles."
That's a problem with the light, not necessarily the electricity.
Hey, this sounds like kind of a ripoff. I was expecting bright light. I wanted to wow somebody in here.
Well, get better lights.
Maybe I need better electricity. Isn't that how it works? I just get more juice and it lights more.
I mean, I could go turn it off.
He kind of like gets his finger ready to say something. He's like, you know what? I won't tell anybody you did this. And he hands Scooter a bag of money. You guys won't get in shit.
That you're boosting
Good
energy?
day to you, sir. And he goes back inside and closes the door, and you can see the little light on the outside flick off.
It's like, I wonder if he turned off all the lights and only had like a few on. It might be more illumination in the single. Hey, regardless, not our problem anymore, Scooter. Let's go. We've done what we're supposed to.
He opens up the bag and he like grabs half of the money and he goes to split it with you. You get an extra 15 gold from this gentleman.
Holy shit, I'm rich. Scooter, this was a good haul today. I mean, that's a fair amount. And how long have I been up?
It's past midday, I'd say.
Okay, so it's been a couple hours.
You can hear that the machines are beginning to come back out of the hole that's in the ground. You can hear that the spiraling machine is beginning to make its way back up the tunnel.
See if they made any haul. Curious if they've got any more of that corium.
You guys go to walk around the sides of the weapons and infusion shop, where you can hear that the two people on the inside, the rabbit folk and the human, are going back and forth about who had slain some mythical, some odd creature just against the wall there. But you look down into the hole as the machine comes back out, and you see the man who drives the machine, a chest. Just the dome opens back up and he goes, "Well, we've done it again!" As he holds a tiny fragment, almost like a slivered shard of this stuff, in between his fingers. And you can tell that there's different sizes of this stuff, and the bigger the shard, or like the chunk, the more it can do. But
was this a 150 gold piece worth shard, or was this bigger?
This is less.
Oh.
As you can see that the foxling comes out and holds the hand up to the machine as he sprinkles out 70 gold coins out into his hand. The foxling goes and walks off to the bar, which is called the Cave Dweller, and you would know it. It's here that you see even your father, dirty, rugged, and he looks tired from his days of work down in the mine, with nothing but dirt and a few pieces of silver to bring home with him.
Told you. It's a thankless job. It's like hitting the lottery.
Yeah. Only if you were so lucky. That's the first time I've ever seen a foxling. And for him to do that, he must know something. He struck the lottery, like you said.
Yeah, but maybe he weighed the scales in his favor. Let's saw him go towards the tavern. We got a couple coin of our own. Let's enjoy spending a little bit of it and get a good little bit of food maybe, and see if we can find a little bit more about our fox friend here.
You can see that the night, like the day is coming to a bit more of its later day here. And more of the people are starting to go to the tavern. But as you guys, you can see that there's a couple of those same little lanterns with the lights that are on the outside of the it's called the Cave Dweller. And one of the lights like flickers a little bit and just kind of like right where like the word dweller is. So it kind of just constantly says cave, and then it's like dweller, 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 dweller. But the door there, you can hear that it's starting to pick up, that there's more people within. And you go to enter the cave dweller here. As you push the door open, you can see that many people here, you can imagine, would almost live here. There's a lot of people who've made it big at mining for corium, especially in the beginning, and they just spend their money on just basically living at the tavern, enjoying themselves, having drinks and food just delivered to them constantly. There's a long stretched bar onto the one side, There's many chairs next to the barkeep here, and then there's tables that are set out a many with a couple of like people playing cards, and there's couple people playing like dominoes and stuff like that. But instantly, once you push the door open, a little bell rings, and you can see that there's this little birdhouse, and the chime of it kind of sparks. The birdhouse goes, and the little door opens up, and this bird flings out at you guys and goes, today's special, you boys look thirsty, cock, would you like a cock, big cock for you boys, cocktails are served at the counter. As the bird's head like cocks to the side and just begins to arc like
I would fix that if they paid me.
Scooter looks at it and he goes, you know, we didn't install that.
I know. Competition. Anyways.
Amateurs.
Looking for the fox. I'm gonna try and get something to drink maybe from the counter, from the table, and then see if the fox is at a table or if he's at the counter or whatever.
Sure.
Sums up about him finding Corium quick.
You go to the counter and you can see there's this large half-orc man, and you can see he's at the counter just like flickering his fingers, just waiting for the next person. He goes, what kind of grub for you two? You stupid bird thing, always shorting out. It's trying to be my salesperson. I can't get no good service out of that thing.
Yeah, I'll fix it for you for a couple coin. Shouldn't take more than an hour.
How about a round of drinks for you? The guy who put it in said needs a new flickamajigger, a thinga. Get it going again.
I mean, it couldn't hurt to look at it.
Honestly, the way that it talks, it frightens away a lot of the women.
It was rather jarring. Yep. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm just going to walk right up to it and just pretend working on it as if it was my own.
You go to walk up to this thing that is like arcing a bit of like the sparks of electricity out of it, and you go to pull out like a couple of your tools or whatever, and you can hear off in the distance just like, hey, you fucking nerd, you're always working on stuff. Hey, you got out of bed too early. Go do your nerd stuff. As you can tell that both of your sisters are in the bar here.
Yep, I recognize that screech from a mile away. Banshees. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm going to ignore them. A lot of inner monologue.
Hey, these girls said you're a nerd. Nerd!
Wait, who was that? Was that the bartender?
No, you turn around and you can see that both of your sisters are sitting, one of them is sitting on the lap of this like large oafish looking dwarf, and another one is sitting like with her hand in between like another hand of an elven man. These people you've never seen before. Just, you would know from your history of your sisters that they're trying to do anything to get out of town.
I am going to take my gloves, essentially, and kind of take some duct tape from it, wrap it around my head for a moment, kind of bandage myself up, and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Yep. Let's see. So that's 1d8 plus 4.
Why you using magic, nerd? Don't you got electropatricity for you? Isn't that good enough, nerd?
I like to think that that's what I'm doing, is using electricity. Like, all of my stuff is just channeling arcane energy into, like, an electrical conduit.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I'm doing.
You know, you're going to be a failure. You're going to be like Dad. You're going to be just working in the mine like Dad.
Or selling myself on the streets like you.
Hey, as you hear the guy, hey, she's a beautiful lady. I bought her a fucking crystal rose, okay?
sure it's worth millions.
No, the guy said it was worth 250, but I got a deal for 60.
Congratulations, you definitely swindled that individual hard.
As you see Scooter like comes up behind you and he's just like, listen, let's just get this done and have a few drinks and we'll just leave. These guys are assholes, man.
While I'm doing this, look for the fox.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, of course. As you see, like he's got like his head up over the machine of like the birdhouse here, as he just like jams his screwdriver in it, just cracks the front of it open.
Wait, who did that?
Scooter.
Oh, wait, he's fixing the thing?
No, you're gonna fix the guts. He's just cracking it open and like scouting for you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So he cracks the front of the unit open, and you can see that many parts of like the switches are all getting busted here.
Oh, this makes no sense. Why would they configure it like this? This is horrible design. I mean, realistically, if they would have just flipped this here. Okay, hold on. This is going to take a little bit less time than anticipated. I think that's just force. Okay, and then I just flip a couple switches in some proper orders, make a better pattern.
So
it's like a little bit more efficient.
If you look
make sure that some things are not touching.
If you look at the sheet here, you can see that there's switches, but they have a switch that's put onto like just auto, like it's just on all the time. But you're trying to make something called a switch relay, and it costs 12 copper to make it. Can you make it?
Oh, so am I allowed to just kind of negate my funds and just say that I'm manifesting this?
Yeah, you can just make a little switch on the fly with 12 copper.
Oh, well, then absolutely.
That's the idea here, is like there's components to make these things, but it costs you to make them.
Okay.
And then
what about if I'm getting gold coins? How is that going to translate into? I mean, I don't have any copper on me.
There's a barkeeper.
Well, I'm just thinking like if I'm out in the fly, like how much do I have to plan ahead?
I don't know. Plan ahead.
How much do you want to plan ahead?
Plan ahead.
Exactly. Now that I think about it, so I'm going to get at least 5 copper worth and 5 gold worth of copper, which is a shit ton of copper.
Sure. He pushes all these penny-like coins towards you.
Perfect. This is what I'm going to need to actually, and then create these components.
Mm-hmm.
That's simple enough.
I love the idea that he just hands you a 5-pound bag of pennies.
Exactly. I'm not going to count it all. I'm going to trust you, barkeep, because you seem like a rather. And I just walk away.
Listen, I just want my bird fixed.
Exactly, and I just attempt to do that.
Okay, you're going to make a tinkerer's check, and anything at 12 or higher is created. If it's lower than that, you fail at the creation.
And what is it that I need from doing an assessment of this device?
You're trying to make a switch relay, which is 12 copper.
A switch relay, okay.
So something that can be turned on and off. That's not just stuck on.
So I rolled a 13 plus 1.
You created it.
14.
So then you can make a sleight of hand check on trying to fix the machine.
All right. With guidance, even though I probably don't need it. That's going to be, let's see, 26.
Hey, there he goes. There they go. As you see Scooter stands up and points towards something.
Okay, good. I'm wrapping it up now. Where? Are they in on a table, at a table or something?
So you put the machine back together and you can see that the bird comes out and it's just like, quack, quack. Cocktails at the bar. It's our specialty. And it just like goes back into the hole.
That fixed. Okay, a round of drinks is what I was told, right? That cost me 12 copper.
Oh yeah. We're kind of lacking on the good stuff lately. We haven't got a good shipment in a while. But we got all the good old need. As he just like opens a valve and gives you like 2 like wooden mugs of need here.
Can I get a third one, please?
As Scooter looks at you, goes, I'm honestly not going to drink mine.
Oh,
Clear mind, you know?
I mean, that's what I got. And I just think of my guidance that I've been working on was like, just thinking like a little shock to the head, and that's clears the mind.
You definitely know Scooter does not know magic.
I like to think neither do I.
It's just like the essence of what it is.
As long as you know what you need to do and you're magic adjacent, you could probably get it done.
That's the right way to think. Now listen, she went over to the card table, and it looks like she's kind of playing a game. Actually,
Is there any?
it's like a girl. It's a girl foxling.
Okay, well, still either way, she found Corium. I mean, we go there almost every morning, and this is the first time I've seen her.
Me too.
So she found this stuff day one. She's got to know something, and if she knows something, she might be able to get us something.
She knows you guys are fucking nerds. Nerds. As you hear from out the table, as your sister.
Hey,
also...
Mari.
As you also have your sisters out there just like pointing, laughing, and giggling as like you can see them like putting their hands like behind the necks of these men and stuff like that, trying to swindle them.
It's like I just clap for him. It's like, do what you need to do. Make sure to bring home the coin.
You see that Scooter makes his way over to the card table,
And I'm going to do the same.
which seems to be getting rather loud.
Is there any empty seats?
And heated. No, there's not, but there is all of a sudden, because one person stands up out of their seat. A dwarven man jolts out of his seat and slams his fists into the table. As you can see that there's this large pot of money, as if somebody went all in. And you can see that the foxling there has the winning set of cards against all of the rest of the table.
Scooter, is it just me, or is this the luckiest being known to
You can see
in
that
history?
the dwarf slams a fist in the ground. He's just like, "This is horse shit. You can't just come in on one game and think that you're just gonna steal all this from us. Who even are you?" As you can see, the foxling just has like these sly eyes that shift back and forth that are just like these emerald green that just shoot right through. Like they could just shoot right through you. And she goes, "Well, did I win? Or did I lose?" The card dealer pushes the money towards her as you see that the dwarf just gets heated with the color in his the color in his skin.
I think we need to try and get some information out of her, but she's got a lot of attention right now.
You can see that she gets like right to the table, a tiny little bag with a little face that's niched into the side of it. She kind of like peels back the little string hole of it and just starts scooping the large amounts of money in, where you would imagine that.
Did the dwarf leave the table?
He's pretty upset, but he's still fuming there for a second. But you can see that she's scooping all the money into a satchel that would not fit even close to that amount before she niches it shut.
Well, I mean, I could make such an item if I cared to. Pretty confident on that, yes. So, impressed, not much. Anyway, and I go and sit down. I want to sit down in the chair that just got vacant from the dwarf and just it's like, I need to talk to you directly, like face to face with this, like direct.
Yeah, the dwarf gets out of the seat and storms off as you take the seat and spin it towards Lee, and Scooter just like goes right behind the seat with you and just like hangs on the back of it and just kind of looks over. He hasn't taken off the other set of his goggles yet.
So he's got both sets on still.
He's got both sets on, yeah. Because he
Of course.
finally pulls one off, and he's just like, wow, things were really close in here. But
How were you walking around like that?
well, it wasn't hard to lose you, as he like looks at you, and you can see like through his goggles with these big eyes.
Back to the point at hand. And I was like, you, what's your name? And I just point right at the fox and try and get her attention.
Darling, I'm just here for business. I'll be gone before you know it.
Okay. But so far, and how like everyone's watching, right?
Some people at the table, but it's slowly starting to like die down, and people are going to other tables. They're just nobody wants to play with her anymore.
Gotcha. Well then, yeah, I don't try and do it in hush because I don't care who's listening because I'm calling her out. It's like you're the luckiest person that I've known so far today, and you found the item for that stupid dwarf. God, he's making slaves of everyone, and then they paid you in a very pittance amount for what that item was worth. How did you find it so fast?
She points to her nose. Maybe I just got a sense for it.
Okay, like a biological sense or something that I can replicate.
You are starting to sound like that dwarf out there. A chest.
I mean, he's smart enough to get everyone else to work for him, so intelligent people kind of think alike. Either way, yes, I'm looking for some of that myself because I'm sure it has a lot of capabilities that once it's in my hands will go to a larger public and help the greater good rather than what he does and make slaves out of all these people for his unknown causes. What is he doing besides making more money doing this?
Well, I'm sure you'll find your answers. She stands up and puts a hand on your shoulder, and she goes, "You're intelligent, and I'm just the lucky one." And begins
Are
to
you implying
walk,
that I'm supposed to follow you?
and she begins to walk out of the bar.
Oh God, she didn't answer me. Of course. Scooter,
You
if
see
you
that
ever get this
Scooter's got like his
frustrating,
goggles on. He's just like, "That was awesome."
Scooter, if you ever get that frustrating, I swear I will leave you in whatever alleyway you just pissed me off in.
Scooter looks a little bit afraid. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
be alone.
Yep. Realizing like that, like my character is just fuming a little bit, realizing the weight of his statement against who he said it to, and then doesn't apologize but walks out.
Okay.
Walks out. I'm chasing the fox.
You go to walk
Let's go,
out.
Scooter.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Because you went out like right after you said that. So moments after she got out of the bar.
Yeah. That would be, what's my wisdom? That's a 21. 18 plus 3.
Perfect. You swear that you were footsteps behind her, but as you go to open the door, you can see that she is maybe close to 120 feet away. She's already up and on top of the like the gates of this place, where you guys have a few people like manning the gates, but nighttime is beginning to come down. As you can see that the fox person is already up on top of like the ledge and looks back with her green piercing eyes and jumps over the side.
You know, just because she pointed her nose doesn't mean I would have said anything different. But if you want to advance in this life, you got to follow the leads. So, let's go. Let's see where this takes us.
Well,
If we can get our hands on some of that corium.
I
do you realize the
I don't want to
potential
leave
that we have?
town. Evan, I don't want to leave town, man. This is kind of like all I got.
But you want corium, right? We're gonna make a ton of money if we do this.
I do, but maybe we can get a chance of ripping someone off before they get out of the mine or something. It can't be that bad. Maybe we'll get better at boosting.
How much coin do you have? Be honest with me, Scooter.
30, 35?
Look, I just hand him the remaining gold that I have and tell him, talk to my dad if I don't come back in a couple days. He'll take care of you. He treats you like he's wanting to look out for you as much as he recognizes you as a good friend of mine, and he'll take care of you.
You go to hand the money into him, but the coins begin to spill as the earth begins to shake a little bit, and it begins to spill over top of him, and he's just like, "Oh my god!" Wait, do they have the thing going again? It's getting close to night, as you can see that the drilling machine is coming back out of the hole again.
What's going on, Scooter? Let's go. Well, while I'm still here.
As you can see,
Dang it. The fox she's gonna make it so far away. I'm gonna lose the lead.
You guys go to look back at the drilling machine, and you can see that it has been smashed. Parts of the wheel have been cut into. Parts of the machine have been destroyed. But a lot of the people that went down this time around are coming back with vital wounds. And what you can imagine is some of them aren't coming back up properly in general. Or some people never came back this time. And this was twice in one day. As if he offered a double go.
Like a double shift?
Yep.
Sense. Oh, good God. He's
the top.
He needs to be stopped.
The top opens up of the drill operator, and a chest is just people of Brigsenberg, got a problem. Maybe we went too far, but some shit came back from the hole.
I'm saying you dug too deep.
Scooter looks at you, he goes, it kind of sounds like that. Kind of sounds like he fucked up this time.
Well, I don't... Oh, good God. I immediately think of my father and hoping he wasn't part of that nonsense. And I go try and investigate.
You go to investigate, and you can see between many of the people, and you go start asking if your father was down there, and you found out that he did not go on this double shift.
Oh, thank God.
But here, a chest flask horn addresses the crowd and says, I need anybody who's willing to make a weapon or device with the machine shop to kill the things that we found below. We need to make a bomb or something. Something big and something strong. Scooter has twinkling stars in his eyes.
Scooter, as intriguing as that sounds.
This is our chance. This is it. This is the biggest boost we could make.
I'm torn. Would be helping him. We don't know what kind of damage we'd be causing.
Yeah, but without this, what are the people even gonna... People aren't even gonna come here. All these people lose their jobs.
Scooter, the people existed before this job.
Yeah, but not like this. This is amazing.
I mean, to be quite honest, I feel I've learned a lot.
Scooter instantly puts his hand up. I am a booster of the town. I will do it. And so will this man. Evan, he is my assistant. As he grabs your shoulders.
And I just don't say anything. And I'm just okay. I'm just letting him hold my hand and I'm going along for the ride, apparently.
The chest perks up and he's like, ha, I knew you two were the boosters in town. It's not hard to hide it. But listen, we'll pay you and your families as much as you need if you can get this done. Now, go gather the things that you need, and the workshop, the machine shop, is all yours to make whatever you need to dispose of the thing we found down there. But it needs to be done tonight.
Well, Scooter, what do you got in mind?
Well, he taps the back of his bag. I got everything on me, so this is probably gonna be a long day. Like, how about you go see your dad? See if you got any more like spare things in your room, and maybe we can just like pack some stuff up, and this will be good.
Okay, hopefully this will be a big score.
You see,
As I begin to like pull the money back that I was gonna give to him.
Yeah.
because I'm still in town.
I imagine you would take all that back.
Yep, it's like fine.
Scooter just runs off like a kid who's just more interested in the thrill here, right into the machine shop. And as you go to walk back towards your home, a lot of the people who've come out of the tavern or any of the districts here have come out to see the kind of horror that's happened in the mine. How they're trying to see like what kind of injuries some people have. And even you can see your father come out of the doorway of your own house as he begins to run towards the mine. You go to enter into your house and it's all quiet. Nobody's there. But you go back up into your room that seems just as unkept as you've left it. You go searching for things that could be useful for later on. But there's a little light that's adorned atop of a desk that you have, with a little bag and a letter stamped in blue.
Who the hell's been in my room?
And since you've been up to Fredegar, you know the person in blue.
So I recognize that this is like something from him.
Yeah, it's got his stamp. It is Demetrius Butterfinger.
Holy shit! Why would? Okay, well, this is interesting. And I immediately open the letter, make sure, like, see what it's for.
You open the letter, and it begins to proclaim, "Hello, Evan. I know that you had a good short time here up at Fredegar, and we've been in small contact, but I'd like to make a statement that I might soon find in my own regret. Things happened up at Fredegar, and it seemed to have turned for the worst. We're unsure where it may lead at this time, but there's something very important that we can mostly only entrust into you at this time. There's not much that I can prove in great detail, but we need to make sure that he gets to the right place and is out of sight completely. Now, there's a caravan that is going, and it will only stop once on its track, and it is meant for you to get there in time. What is inside the bag is hopefully enough to get you through the wilderness out on your own. I hope it is just enough, because if it is not, then our hope may be lost. But understand the severity here. What I'm asking you to do is to the privilege of all of us. For if what is in the caravan is put into the wrong hands, all of these lands may be deceased." With the blue and purple stamp of Felix and Demetrius are both on the card here.
Did I ever get the name of that fox?
Nope.
Son of a bitch. And I'm pretty confident I asked her.
She swindled away from the question. Yes.
Cunning. Damn it. Okay. Well, either way, the letter. This is a very interesting lead.
Oh, and it
quite
also
excited.
it also states that out at Ice Mountain Peaks Resort, the place that you would go to if you're interested in going more north, it's saying that you should go see Pronto, the man who runs Mountain Peaks Supplies.
Okay. And Pronto, the Mountain Peak Supplies.
Yeah, there's the letter,
The letter
in the bag.
mentioned the caravan stopping at one spot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like something I'm supposed to try and meet to get onto this caravan?
That's what
Mhm.
it seems to entail.
And does it tell me as to when this caravan is going to arrive for me to try and snag onto the ride?
Just sometime in the night, and you know that sun is beginning to go down.
Bitch. Here I am wanting to make some coin by taking care of this thing. Or I can go get the caravan.
And there's also a bag.
What's in the bag?
You open the bag and you find yourself face to face with a beautifully polished, with a black rubber-handled, long eagled rifle.
Jaw dropped. Like, I'm just like looking at it. Well,
Did you
I
just
mean-
give this man a Mosin?
it's like, if you're going to bribe somebody, this is a good way to do it. Oh God. Thinking,
It's got 12 rounds of ammo in the bag.
okay.
All he needs to get him through to a long rest.
It gives me a location to go talk to this vendor.
Yes.
All right. Then I run downstairs now with a lot more haste because time is of the essence and I don't know what to do. I meet Scooter downstairs.
Scooter went to the machine shop.
Oh yeah. And then I don't have to go to the machine shop, right? I'm going to a different place.
Yep.
How long does it take to get to the machine shop and then go to the other place?
They're pretty close together. So on my map, it says here there's like machine shop, and then there leading up north to go outwards.
Okay. Then I'm going to run in as kind of quick as possible to power walk as fast as I can there to the machine shop and tell Scooter what I'm doing.
You go to the machine shop and you can hear Scooter just like pulling lines, and you can hear him just like using machinery and like tinkering with little bits of machine work, trying to build something, as he's got this big sheet of paper already rolled out with a bunch of these diagrams trying to be scripted together about what he's trying to make. And you can see that he's quickly just trying to compile it together and trying to like put it all together and getting the live lines in and stuff like that. And he's like, "Great, Evan, I'm glad that you're here, buddy. So what I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need that strong arm of yours to help me just reef these parts in."
Okay. With the newly found rifle in tow and backpack and everything, that I just take the whole pack and just kind of just bring it with me. I tell Scooter, I look for him and it's like, Scooter, we need to talk.
Yeah, I got a lot to tell you about this too. This is going to be awesome. We're going to blow whatever that is straight back where it came from.
I had no doubt that we would do that, but something exactly just came up of a rather urgent matter that you said you don't want to leave town, right?
Of course.
Well, I'm going to be heading up north.
You're going to right now? Like in the middle of the night?
Yes. Like I said,
like night's coming.
Sometimes when opportunity strikes, you have to hit the anvil while it's hot.
Well, that's what we're doing. We're in the machine shop. We're going to be working on this thing.
And I just hand him the letter real quick. Quickly read this, if you could. I got this.
Scours this over. And he sees the stamps. So, like, that's it?
I don't know what this is going to happen. I don't know where this leads me. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm going to miss you quite a bit if I don't come back. Of course, I don't think that it's going to be like I intentionally not come back. If I don't come back, it's probably because of bodily harm, which is not going to happen because I won't let that occur. So we'll meet again. I just need to take the opportunity to find out where this leads.
Scooter goes quiet for a quick second, and then turns away from you and goes, "Do you know what my favorite part of the day is, Evan?"
Tell me.
It's when I throw those little rock chips at your window every morning. Man, I can tell you don't want to be here. But I've been trying to make it the best I can for you, and especially for both of us, since my family left. But the best part of my day is those few moments that I throw the first few rock chips. 'Cause some days I wish that it would prove me wrong and nobody would come to the window and you decided to leave.
Well,
Because I'd be happy for you. I'd be happy that you did what made you happy.
Are you sure you don't want to come?
No. They need me here. He jams another line into the box.
I told you, make sure to not fall for those shenanigans of the dwarfs and just be another one of the sheep being led in the mines, being spent like a resource.
After this, you're going to hear Scooter is a legend.
I better. Dang.
Don't you got to go somewhere, man?
You're right. And then I still hand him all my gold.
Okay.
I told him, I was like, hey, here. I still have like the 5 gold pieces worth and 5 gold pieces worth of copper and minus 12 copper.
You go to give it to him and he goes, well, if I'm going to be a legend, I'm not going to need this. So hold on.
Consider it a jumpstart investment?
No, just hold on to it. You're going to need it.
And hint, wink, wink.
Okay. Fair. Well, make sure to write everything down. Detailed notes is the key essential for good blueprints.
Oh.
Otherwise, how are you going to know that what those little squiggly lines mean?
Don't worry about it. It's all up here, man. It's all up here.
That's what I said. And then I got shocked today.
That's you, not me. Scooter, gonna be a legend.
Okay. And then I just give him a head nod and I leave.
See you,
I
Evan.
don't even try to say goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
You go to the Ice Mountain Peaks building, and it's just like this regular wooden shack. As you enter into it, you see that there is one person. His name was Pronto Lorne. And you see that he is a very hardy, full orc. And you can see that there's a roaring fire going on at all times and a plethora of animal hides and maps and tips to travel the mountains to Fredegar. As the lights are a little bit dimmer in here, it is only him and you in this room. Now you must be Evan.
There's a lot going around that I don't know about, apparently. How did you know I was coming?
Yeah. He throws down a letter onto the table. Now don't worry. All the supplies have already been paid for. But I know that you need to get going. Because you're late. He pulls out a knapsack and throws it towards the floor towards you.
I just scoop it up, post haste, and upset, not necessarily upset, but just perturbed that this on the fly, short notice, I'm in a rush, pisses me off, but I guess this is what I asked for. And I can.
Should probably put those on before you go. It's cold up there.
Okay, good. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? And then I begin to put on the warmer clothes.
You open up the bag and you find a bit of warmer clothes, but specifically you find the boots of Winterlands.
Oh, good God, yes. Boots of Winterlands.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say rifle. It's a pistol. You got a pistol.
Still.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay, so you gave him a deagle, not a Mosin Nagant.
Okay.
I know you're a super gun guy.
I am.
I know you are. Yeah, you got like a very nicely polished handgun.
That's cool. A fancy handgun's nice. But boots of Winterlands?
Are you looking up what it does?
No, I'm writing it down.
Okay. So just north of you are the gates that lead out of Brigsenberg, place that you seemingly never left.
So I'm like all caught up in a rush here, but if I have any moment where I actually get to where I'm waiting, I am examining that gun. Like if there's any standstill, like I am doing what I can to just look that shit over.
There's a small map on that also came in the bag with the clothing that leads you like more north and deeper into the forest.
Okay. I use the map and try and navigate exactly how long it's going to take from where I'm at comparatively then.
Oh, it's going to take
Is there like an X on the map or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Very like X, follow the dots.
Okay.
But
yeah.
Are you trying to make there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I was told I was late, so
you know that outside of here is dangerous. So, Evan, as you begin to making a quick dash outside of the borders of Brigsenberg, you look back to look and see the valiant city that's just replicating and becoming bigger and bigger outside from the city walls that you are from. As you begin to run into the forest and try to lead yourself among the map, give me a survival check.
Okay. Can I give myself guidance on this?
No, you're in a rush.
That's a 3 on the die. Plus 1.
The Trickery Woods are seeming to a lot of the wood life that you are not natural to seems to be getting trickier for you to navigate, even though that you have a map where you're supposed to turn left. Maybe you keep going straight before taking a later left. Sometimes you take a right or go around some of the same trees.
Is that the right landmark?
Give me a perception check.
It's a little bit better. 13 plus 3.
You can begin to smell something awful as you get deeper into the forest. The sun begins to go down, and all of the natural shading of the trees begin to look like they're all glooming over you, as if the trees are almost like branches or hands, almost ready to claw at you. But the smell seems far off. But as you keep trekking through the forest, that haunting, terrible smell gets worse. But not that it doesn't come with anything else. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking, so I'm approaching it then.
It's kind of the way that you're hoping to get to.
Okay. Good God. So it's the direction I need to go.
But the perception check also has you hearing a crunching or a munching and a panting sound. You can hear something like a wilderness animal or like a beast or a dog munching over something off in the distance.
Okay. Upon that, survival instincts kick in a little bit, and I begin to slow my pace. And I pull out the newly found weapon, a newly acquired pistol.
Mm-hmm.
So is it like a revolver or?
It could be a revolver if you want. You want to describe?
Oh, so I get to. Okay.
It can hold 6
Then-
rounds.
Okay.
Make
Then
it
yeah.
any way you
Then
want.
it'll be like a revolver. Only it's a little bit bigger. Maybe like a first design kind of situation. Like the pistols, though it's tiny, it looks almost like if somebody was to take the Arnold Schwarzenegger grenade launcher used for tear gas and shrunk it down to like a little hand pistol.
Got it. Long tube, good shooter.
Right.
Okay.
But like, I guess if it's fancy because of the way you described it, then maybe some like pretty good like lacing or like whatever they call it, interlacing to make some like decent design on it or something. Or does it have like maybe an animal crest on it or something, like maybe like a lion's mouth and it comes up the lion's mouth?
Is that what you'd like?
Yeah, that's what it is.
You got it. It's got a lion's mouth, and it's got some nice little emblems that are not cheap built into the side of the gun.
Yeah.
Here, let me just.
Did you find something?
Yeah.
Probably good too.
From Destiny.
Boom. Yes, that's it. That's actually spot on.
That's what the
Thank
guy
you.
wants. All right.
He found me a perfect little.
All right.
Yes.
As you can hear the chomping, you don't feel like you're too far away from your destination, but you are going to slow your roll. Make another survival check.
That's a 9.
You maybe don't pace yourself too far away from what seems to be the danger, but you can see it off in the distance. You can see something on all fours as the smell really starts to get to you here. You can see that this thing on all fours has its mouth being gorged into something that was dead as it begins to just chomp and rip apart the flesh on the inside of whatever this was. Your survival instincts know for you to get away, but you step on a branch. Crack! Snap!
Fuck.
The thing gets up and sees you off in the distance. As its beady eyes glare through the darkness, you can hear it snarl, and it heads towards you 60 feet away. Roll for initiative.
Okay. I got a 5.
This is a game of nat 20s tonight. Well, I don't need the whiteboard for this. There's only 2 of you. So this wolf is going to continue running through the dark here, and is going to can it run 60 feet? It can run 50 feet. So it runs 10 feet up from you and begins to snarl, as you can see that the drool and the blood and the guts spill from its mouth with its like mane stuck in the middle, but these yellow beady eyes just see at you throughout the darkness as it's coming up towards you. Evan, go ahead.
Oh shit. So it's 10 feet in front of me and it's getting ready to try and pounce on me, huh?
Yep.
This is scary shit, man. Hold up. Let me pull up my character sheet. I'm going to back up 30 feet, put as much space in me in between him as possible, even though it probably won't out as much. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to use my light crossbow. I am not going to actually use the
handgun.
Right now. Yeah, 12 shots. You know, I'm. It's one of those things. I might save it. Either way, it's quieter using my pistol with the physics replication core because it's just infinite ammo at that point.
Okay.
And it's a +5 compared to probably the +4 from the pistol. Only a 13. No, actually it'd be a 14.
A 14 does hit the wolf.
Yes. Okay. So that would be for 9 points of magical piercing damage.
Holy Christ. This thing gets struck and it looks like very wounded, but it is still standing.
Okay. And then I just brace for impact as I end my turn.
Okay, you end your turn as this wolf begins to trot towards you and goes to jump and is going to make a bite attack against you. That is a 16 plus 4. Dirty
I
20.
wish I could say it didn't hit.
Are you saying you wish it wasn't?
I wish I could say it didn't hit.
All right, d6 plus 2. You got 6 plus 2. You take 8 points of damage.
Oh God! It's just I imagine it's grabbing me by my arm and is trying to take me down. No.
Yeah, and then
I'm just
Evan,
screaming in pain.
Evan, it can be your turn.
I'm going to try shocking grasp.
Okay. Does it make a dex save?
Nope. I make an attack roll.
Okay.
That would be that's cocked. A 12 on the die plus 5.
Definitely
Wait.
hits.
Plus 6.
That definitely hits, yeah.
For 4 points of lightning damage.
That's just enough, dude. That's what I have written down right here. Finish him.
So essentially, it grabs me by my arm, and essentially, I just sacrifice one limb to save the life. Like I brace for it to grab me, and then as it does, I just engage my stun gun and hold it to its head as I just shock it till like submission till it. Hopefully, it stops moving beyond the twitches from the shock.
Yeah. Whatever it was gnawing on, it becomes one with the land. Dead.
Of course, I get myself mauled by a fucking wolf out in the woods. This is exactly what I anticipated. I'm going to go investigate what it was mauled on, considering that was close to where the X marks the spot on the map, as far as I can tell. Even though I'm really horrible with maps tonight.
Okay. You go to inspect the thing that was getting gnawed on, and you could tell that maybe this was somebody who got lost and wasn't as fortunate as you were, or just as prepared.
Well, that sucks for you, buddy. Oh, man.
Everything is tarnished from this person. Parts of him are rotting. Parts of the meat off his bones are stripped.
Any signets or any kind of identifying emblems or anything from any of the clothing?
Other than they were eaten by wolves, then no.
So no, okay. Well, then it must have been a commoner. I don't have any way to find out who it might be, so I'm going to continue looking for this caravan.
Give me an investigation roll.
Can I give myself guidance?
Are you in a rush?
Yeah, never mind. No guidance. Dang it. 15.
15's good enough. As you spurt your way through the bush, you can see that there's this wound caravan on 2 wheels with one door on one side with a glass peering outside of either side as it is completely still before it slowly begins to march away.
Motherfucker. I was pretty late. Damn it. And I just charge full sprint like... Oh, good God. I hope they don't think I'm hostile. But I still charge.
You go to charge at the caravan.
Hands
here.
up waving like, hey!
At the caravan that's getting away, you're able to catch up to it as it's slow speed here. As you come up to the side of the door and you can see that there's a handle to pull on.
Is there any like personnel? Do I have any visual of any people or just this?
It's like dim glass on all sides of the caravan on 2 wheels. There's no carrot, there's no buggy, there's no nothing. There's no horse.
Is this odd to me or is this something that I would be okay with?
It sounds like you've been instructed to go to this thing.
No, I mean, I'm just like, is this something I've possibly ever seen before? Like a
Probably
carriage
not.
with no horse?
Probably.
Gotcha.
Not.
Okay, well then I'm extremely perturbed, but also intrigued. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get in.
You
I
pull
cast magic missile. I don't. I don't.
You reef the door open, and as the wheels begin to kick up and take off, give me a dex save from falling out of the caravan. DC 12 or higher. You begin to fall out.
Yep.
Sir Nicholas, would you like to do anything to try to help?
I'm gonna I'm gonna use up my last
Chronal shift?
Reroll that.
That's much better. An 11 plus what dex save?
Yep.
2. So 13.
Wow. Just making it in. So as if it felt like it was going to take you by the feet and roll you underneath the wheel, you begin to climb in and you find yourself on a nice velvet seat and you throw yourself into it. You see yourself like across the way from what sits to be a slime being.
Hi. Are you...
Hello.
Okay, you're
I
a
suppose
sentient being.
the
For
carriage
whatever reason, I was
stopped to
thinking...
let you in. It's odd. But hello. I don't suppose you know where this thing's headed?
I don't know very much. I was like, are you alive?
Well, yes. Very much so.
And you sound intelligent enough to understand what I'm talking about. I know that we're having a conversation. But you appear to be a slime.
Yes, it does appear that way, doesn't it? I've no clue what happened there. I was once a people, older than you.
You're
Evan?
wearing clothes.
Evan, give me
Yeah.
one. Give me one
It's
last.
cold out there.
Evan, give me one more perception check.
That's a 18.
As you are talking with this newfound thing that you're speaking to, for a moment you think about Scooter, and you look out the window as a clearing happens between the tree lines, as you can see the city that you were at and the lights that illuminate even in the darkness. As a large explosion goes off and a large arc goes out, and all of the lights in the city go dark.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Well,
Scooter,
that doesn't seem good.
I hope Scooter's alive.
And that's where we're going to end that session.
Yes.
Next up, next week, Phil and Kelly.
Yep.
Will, are you awake?
I am.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
He stayed the entire long ass session, which was pretty fun. Just deal. That's good. I mean, I like the individual sessions to get for like the session 0 kind of thing.
So you enjoyed this?
I did. I had a lot of fun, even though I had to sit and wait. If I would have been Will's position, I probably wouldn't have cared either. It was good. I liked it. But I have the boots of Winterlands, and wow, that's awesome.
The good.
So, in general,
He's got them Uggs.
any idea what you think is going on, or anything that you really liked about your section, or if anybody else wants to chime in about his section?
The only thing I could say is theirs were a little bit more streamlined, whereas mine allowed me to do a lot more shopping, essentially, if I wanted to, or at least get the lay of the land, which was kind of interesting. It just, when it comes to that, it's like, oh God, I'm given too many choices. I don't know what to do. I'm going to rob somebody. That's what I landed on. But it's good. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I mean, it was fun. It just, I mean, nothing bad or anything. It just, I was just really given one of those GTA sandbox moments where it's like, okay, now start your campaign. I'm like, oh, good God, where are the, where to go? It was fun.
Quick,
Like
grab a
the-
cart, grab a prostitute. We making money.
Exactly. And I was like, okay, so what would I do in this situation? Well, my character would consider what's the best way to make funds right now, because really that's what's on his mind. You need funds in order to advance research because that shit's expensive sometimes. Plus, it's like for the greater good. He understands the scumbags that turning these miners practically into indentured servitude for a measly amount of penance of coin. I would like to advance the sciences and be the front runner of it and hold it my own. That way I can, build a better company with blackjack and hookers.
Matter of fact, forget the blackjack.
But then, with the little quest lead that I liked, the idea of the letter is like, okay, well, shit. Let's see what happens. And then the introduction to the caravan. And that was good. I liked it. The mingling of when people were meeting up. I was waiting for like the intertwining story.
Yeah, same.
That wolf could have killed you.
Ah,
The gunshot was for effect from
Yeah.
for Caleb's bit because I thought you were gonna use the gun, but you're like, oh, I'm gonna use the crossbow. So
no, and you know what the worst part about it was? Like, I'm in the woods. That gunshot. Like when he first did it, I was like, when you first said that, I was like,
Yeah.
for some reason, I was thinking that was going to be pertaining to me. I had like that
Yep.
sinking feeling like that was going to be the case. It's like, okay, but then I was like, okay, well, I already used my Iron Cade infusion for infinite ammo on my
I'm
crossbow.
really gonna spend one of my precious
Yeah.
bullets.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I am.
Well, I guess you'd consider this the session 0 or the first session, but it doesn't sound like it's kind of going somewhere.
Yeah. I'm on board.
Well, as far as where it's going, it's a mystery, but I can understand. I can see the current. Let's put it that way. But I can see the current, but I can't see like what's downriver.
I know I'm in a river, I just don't know which one.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, it is almost 2 a.m.
I know.
And I have to get up at 7 a.m.
And we got through
And
3 people.
I agree because apparently I agreed to help Javier move as early as 8 o'clock in the morning. So
That's 6 hours.
So I will talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me.
Well, I'm glad you
Alex,
guys.
great job.
I'm glad you
I
guys
had
are.
a lot of fun.
Oh,
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad that you are enjoying the beginning of campaign 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Good night, you guys.
Good night.